One is a bird, two are the trees, three is the wind in the leaves, four are the stars, five with the moon smiling down upon thee. Six are the fish, seven the reeds, brushing the soft-bellied breeze. Eight are the roots, firm in the ground, deep as my love is for thee. At night, when the lake is a mirror and the moon rides the waves to the shore, a single soul sets his voice singing, content to be slightly forlorn. A song rises over the lilies, sweeps high to clear over the reeds, and over the bulrushes swaying to pluck at a pair of heartstrings. Two voices now they are singing, then ten as the melody soars. Round the shimmering pond are all joining in song as it carries their reverie on. Over the treetops and mountains, over the blackened ravine, then softly it falls by a house near a stream, and over the garden wall to thee. And here we are. We're live. We're running.
Wow.
We're running. Yep.
We're alive. Finally.
We're dead.
We're
I've been
live and
waiting.
dead, man. Okay, so hello. It's Catterday, and we are here for the once a year witching hour podcast, which again we'll never do again after this. I'll say that every time. And we're gonna do stuff that I typically do by myself, except I've dragged my friends to do it too, because I need misery loves company, and boy oh boy, I'm dragging them down to hell with me. But yeah.
We're happy to be here.
Okay, good, perfect. That's not, I didn't make them say that also. So, we have a couple of things planned today. So for the first half of the stream, we're going to be reading stories that we did not write, that other people wrote, that are pretty well established. And then for the second half, that's where the original content comes in. And you get to hear us respond to some writing prompts that I made up and laugh and cry along with us as we responded to some things that are, you know, crazy. So, to begin. And I guess I'll introduce you guys because I didn't introduce you guys. I'm here with Jaffa, this girl I stream with sometimes, and Caitlin, who I also stream with sometimes. And we are all here to, because we are the judges of the writing showcase, which this is all about. At the end of the day, it's all about the writing showcase.
Yeah.
That is coming next month. And that's why we are encouraging you guys to read and write, because I guess this is a literacy thing. I don't know. It's more of like a me trying to be more famous thing. But, you know, we can pretend it's about literacy. So.
You just want to write. That's really what it comes down to.
Maybe. Yeah. Alright, making me drink water on my own stream. So, to start off with.
Yeah.
I am going to be reading a story from the Grimm's Brothers Fairy Tales book. And it is called Cinderella. A story you may have never heard before.
Wow.
But it is one of my favorite stories of all time.
Fresh new stories straight off the press.
Straight off the presses. I know. I'm pulling out the, like, crazy ones here. So, let us begin as I have to navigate my microphone. So, this is Cinderella by A Brothers Grimm, and it's on the screen, so you guys can read that. There once was a rich man whose wife lay sick, and when she felt her end drawing near, she called to her only daughter to come near her bed, and said, "Dear child, be good and pious, and God will always take care of you, and I will look down upon you from heaven, and will be with you." And she closed her eyes and died. The maiden went... It's so straightforward. The maiden went every day to her mother's grave and wept, and was always pious and good. And when the winter came, the snow covered the grave with a white covering. And when the sun came in the early spring and melted it away, the man took himself another wife. Let's see. The new wife brought 2 daughters home with her. They were beautiful and fair in appearance, but at heart were black and ugly. And then began the very evil times for the poor stepdaughter. "Is the stupid creature to sit in the same room with us?" said they. "Those who eat food must earn it. She is nothing but a kitchen maid." They took away her pretty dresses and put on her an old gray kirtle and gave her wooden shoes to wear. "Just look now at the proud princess, how she is decked out," cried they laughing, and then they sent her to the kitchen. There she was, obliged to do heavy work from morning to night, get up early in the morning, draw water, make the fires, cook and wash. Besides that, the sisters did their utmost to torment her, mocking her and strewing peas and lentils among the ashes, and setting her to pick them up. In the evenings, when she was quite tired out with her hard day's work, she had no bed to lie on, but was obliged to rest on the hearth among the cinders. And because she always looked dusty and dirty, as if she had slept in the cinders, they named her Cinderella. It happened one day that her father went to the fair, and he asked his 2 stepdaughters what he should bring back for them. "Fine clothes," said one. "Pearls and jewels," said the other. "But what will you have, Cinderella?" said he. The first twig,
Why
father...
did Dad call her Cinderella?
Yeah, he's like, "Oh, we renamed you Cinderella."
Oh, yeah.
We legally renamed you Cinderella, because you so nasty, girl.
Immediately.
It's, yeah, the fact that the dad is present during this whole time and is not doing anything is a little shocking.
Yeah.
It makes more sense when they're like, "No, he's dead." And this happened after he
Right.
died.
Is he alive in the Disney?
No, in the
movie?
Disney one, he's dead. So it's just the
Oh.
stepmother, like, by herself raising 3 kids.
Huh,
Yeah.
that's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't blame the stepmother.
It makes more sense, honestly. This is just her being cruel. Let's see. "But what will you have, Cinderella?" "The first twig, father, that strikes you against your hat on the way home. This is what I should like you to bring me." So he brought for the 2
Bring it, good
stepdaughters...
Dad.
Give me stick. He brought for the 2 stepdaughters fine clothes, pearls, and jewels, and on his way back he rode through a green lane. A hazel twig stuck against his hat, and he broke it off and carried it home with him. And when he reached home he gave to the stepdaughters what they had wished for, and Cinderella he gave the hazel twig. She thanked him and went to her mother's grave and planted this twig there, weeping so bitterly that the tears fell upon it and watered it, and it flourished and became a fine tree. Cinderella went to see it 3 times a day, and wept and prayed, and each time a white bird rose up from the tree as if she had uttered any wish, but the bird brought her with whatever she had wished for. Now it came to pass that the king ordained a festival that should last for 3 days, and to which all the beautiful young women of that country were bidden, so that the king's son might choose a bride from among them. When the 2 stepdaughters heard that they too were bidden to appear, they felt very pleased, and they called Cinderella and said, "Comb our hair, brush our shoes, and make our buckles fast. We are going to the wedding feast at the king's castle." When she heard this, brush my shoes, bitch. It sounds like a weird slam. I love it. When she heard
What are you
this,
brushing?
you like, it's like shining your
Brush the
shoes.
dirt off.
You gotta shine them up, make them look nice. When she heard this, Cinderella could not help crying, for she too would have liked to go to the dance, and she begged her stepmother to allow her. "What? You, Cinderella," said she, "in all your dust and dirt, you want to go to the festival? You that have no dress and no shoes, you want to dance?" But as she persisted in asking, the stepmother said, "I have stewed a dishful of lentils in the ashes, and if you can pick them all up again in 2 hours, you may go with us." Then the maiden went to the back door that led to the garden and called out, "O gentle doves, O turtle doves, and all the birds that be, lentils that in the ashes lie, come and pick up for me. The good must be put in the dish, the bad you may eat if you wish." Then there came to the kitchen window 2 white doves, and after them some turtle doves, and at last a crowd of all the birds under heaven, chirping and fluttering as they alighted among the ashes, and the doves nodded with their heads and began to pick, peck, and then all the others began to pick, peck, and put all the good grains into the dish. Before an hour was over, all was done, and they flew away. Then the maiden brought the dish to her stepmother, feeling joyful, and thinking that now she could go to the feast. But the stepmother said, "No, Cinderella, you have no proper clothes, and you do not know how to dance, and you would be laughed at." And when Cinderella cried for disappointment, she added, "If you can pick 2 dishes full of lentils out of the ashes, nice and clean, you shall go with us." That is like the weirdest punishment. It's like, I'm throwing shit into the ashes, pick them out. LOL, they're dirty.
Just keeps doing this
Yeah.
thing. It's like,
same
oh, you cleaned
thing.
up the other ones too quickly. I guess I'll just throw them
Just
back
do
in.
it again.
You do it again.
Which, like, who's to say she has to leave the ashes there? She could just
Just put the ashes in
scoop
your,
it all.
It's all in.
Yeah.
Because
Sweep all that shit away.
you would
You don't have to pick
not
up
be
one
the
by
best
one.
Cinderella analog, Caitlin. I'm not gonna lie.
I know.
You'd be like-
I'm about efficiency.
You'd be like,
I'm not
"Bitch, you
picking up
didn't say
anything
they
one
had to
by
have no
one.
ashes in there," and she'd be like, "Girl, what?"
Yeah, I'd be like, what's the issue? It's clean.
What's the issue? It's clean. Oh my god. Okay. Thinking to herself, for that is not possible. When she had strewed 2 dishes full of lentils among the ashes, the maiden went through the back door into the garden and cried, "O gentle doves, O turtle doves, and all the birds that be, the lentils in the ashes lie, come and pick up for me. The good must be put in the dish, the bad you may eat if you wish," because she's magic, so Druid life.
Yeah. Snow White who?
So there came to the kitchen window 2 white doves, then some turtle doves, and at last a crowd of all other birds under the heaven, chirping and fluttering, and they alighted among the ashes, and the doves nodded with their heads and began to pick, peck, then all the others began to pick, peck, and put all the good grains into the dish. Before half an hour was over, it was all done, and they flew away. Then the maiden took the dishes to the stepmother, feeling joyful, and thinking that now she should go with them to the feast. But she said, "All of this is of no good to you. You cannot come with us, for you have no proper clothes, and cannot dance, and you would put us to shame." She turned her back on poor Cinderella, and made haste to set out with her 2 proud daughters. And there was no one left in the house. Cinderella went to her mother's grave, and under the hazel bush cried, "Shiver and quiver, little tree, silver and gold go down on me. I'm here to grant my wish." That is not the lyric, but I'm ad-libbing here. It's very close. Then the bird threw down a dress of gold and silver, and a pair of slippers embroidered with silk and silver. and in all haste she put on the dress and went to the festival. But her stepmother and stepsisters did not know her, and thought she must be a foreign princess, she looked so beautiful in her golden dress. Of Cinderella they never thought at all, and supposed that she was still sitting at home, and picking the lentils out of the ashes. The king's son came to meet her, and took her by the hand and danced with her, and he refused to stand up with anyone else, so that he might not be obliged to let go of her hand. And when anyone else came to claim it, he answered, "She is my partner." And when the evening came, she wanted to go home, but the prince said he would go with her and take care of her, for he wanted to see where the beautiful maiden lived. But she escaped him, and jumped into the pigeon house. And the prince waited until the father came, and told him the strange maiden had jumped into the pigeon house. The father thought to himself, "It surely cannot be Cinderella," and called for axes and hatchets. and had the pigeon house cut down, but there was no one in it. And when they entered the house, there sat Cinderella, in her dirty clothes among the cinders, and a little oil lamp burnt dimly in the chimney, for Cinderella had been very quick, and jumped out of the pigeon house again, and run to the hazel bush, and there she had taken off her beautiful dress, and had laid it on the grave, and the bird had carried it away again, and she had put on her little grey kirtle again, and she sat down in the kitchen among the cinders. And also here's a picture of her dress. She's freaking ballin'. Alright, ballin' at the ball.
Fancy. That dress is way better than the one in the Disney one.
It's very, it's very, like, magic. Oh,
Also,
hell yeah, we
wait,
got
so,
Jaffa. And we got Hydration Nation. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Was the pigeon house at the castle, or was it at her house?
It's at
Is there,
her
like...
house.
Oh, so the prince, like,
He
followed
her all the way
house?
to her house. She jumped into, like, pretty much a chicken coop because he wouldn't leave her
Oh my
alone.
God.
And then he's like, the dad came home and he was like, "Hey, bro, this lady I was following, like, jumped in there. Can you break that down?" He's like, "What the fuck?"
So they broke it down.
They broke it down. And we're like, "Damn, there's no one in there. She was a ghost."
Oh my
Just-
god!
yeah, like, oh, there's just a dirty old maid in here. Couldn't have been her.
Yeah, no. The classic switcheroo. The next day, when the festival began anew, the parents and stepsisters had gone to it. Cinderella went to the hazel bush and cried, "Shiver and quiver, little tree, silver and gold throw down on me. I'm here to grant my wish." Then the bird cast down a still more splendid dress than on the day before, and when she appeared in it among the guests, everyone was astonished at her beauty. The prince had been waiting until she came, and he took her hand and danced with her alone. And when anyone else came to invite her, he said, "She is my partner." And when the evening came, she wanted to go home, and the prince followed her, for he wanted to see to what house she belonged. But she broke away from him, and ran into the garden at the back of the house. There stood a fine large tree, bearing splendid pears, and she leapt as lightly as a squirrel among the branches, and the prince did not know what had become of her.
She's a tree person. He's like, oh fuck, we're
A dryad?
Forest woman. So he waited until the father came, and then he told him that the strange maiden had rushed from him, and that he thought she had gone up into the pear tree. The father thought to himself, "It surely cannot be Cinderella," and he called for an axe and felled the tree, but there was no one in it. Why is everything cut down the thing? Like, you can't just look inside or like look.
Cut it down.
He's like, "No, cut down the tree." And when they went into the kitchen, there sat Cinderella among the cinders as usual, for she had got down on the other side of the tree, and taken back her beautiful clothes to the bird on the hazel bush, and put on her old grey kirtle again. On the third day, when the parents and the stepchildren had set off, Cinderella went again to her mother's grave, and said to the tree, "Shiver and quiver, little tree, silver and gold thrown down on me. I'm here to grant
this every day,
my
or-
wish."
3 times a day, I guess.
3 times. And then the bird cast down a dress, the like of which had never been seen, for splendor and brilliancy, and slippers that were of gold. And when she appeared in the dress at the feast, nobody knew what to say for wonderment. The prince danced with her alone, and if anyone asked her, he answered, "She is my partner." And when it was evening, Cinderella wanted to go home, and the prince was about to go with her, when she ran past him so quickly that he could not follow her. But he had laid a plan, and had caused all the steps to be spread with pitch, so that as she rushed down them and left, the shoe of the maiden remained sticking in it. The prince picked it up, and saw that it was of gold, and very small and slender. The next morning he went to the father, and told him that no one should be his bride, save the one whose foot the golden shoe would fit. Then the two sisters were very glad, because they had pretty feet.
Okay. Sure you do.
I have pretty feet. The eldest went to her room to try on the shoe, and her mother stood by. But she could not get her great toe to fit in it, for the shoe was too small. Then her mother handed her a knife and said, "Cut the toe off, for when you are queen, you will never have to go on foot." So the girl cut her toe off, squeezed her foot into the shoe, concealed the pain, and went down to the prince. Then he took her with him on his horse as his bride, and rode off. They had to pass by the grave, and there sat two pigeons on the hazel bush, and cried, "There they go, there they go. There is blood on her shoe. The shoe is too small, not the right bride at all." Then the prince took her.
The pigeons said that?
The pigeons say this, yeah. And he's like,
Speaking
"I
English.
speak pigeon." He's a bird person too. That's why they click.
Oh my god.
The prince looked at her shoe and saw the blood flowing, and he turned his horse around and took the false bride home again, saying she was not the right one, and that the other sister must try on the shoe. So she went into her room to do so, and got her toes comfortably in, but her heel was too large. Then her mother handed her the knife, saying, "Cut off a piece of your heel. When you are queen, you will never have to go on foot." So the girl cut off a piece of her heel and thrust her foot into the shoe, concealed the pain, and went down to the prince, who took his bride before him on his horse and rode off. He does not check first.
No, yeah.
When they passed the
Guy's pretty
hazel
stupid.
bush, and the two pigeons sat there and cried, "There they go, there they go. There is blood on her shoe. The shoe is too small, not the right bride at all." Then the prince looked at her foot and saw how the blood was flowing from the shoe and staining the white stocking, and he turned his horse around and brought the false bride home again. "This is not the right one," said he. "Have you no other daughter?" "No," said the man. "Only my dead wife left behind her a little stunted Cinderella." This is the dad.
Bitch!
The dad is saying this. Sorry. "A little stunted Cinderella. It is impossible that she can be the bride." But the king's son ordered her to be sent for, and the mother said, "Oh no, she is much too dirty. I could not let her be seen." But he would have her fetched, and so Cinderella had to appear. First she washed her face and hands quite clean, and went in and curtsied to the prince, who held out to her a golden shoe. Then she sat down on the stool, drew her foot out of her heavy wooden shoe, and slipped it into the golden one, which fitted it perfectly. And when she stood up, the prince looked her in the face. He knew again this beautiful maiden that had danced with him, and he cried, "This is the right bride." The stepmother and the two
Only because
stepsisters.
she put her foot in the shoe.
Yeah, and then he's
His
like,
face-
"Actually, I recognize your face." Now that I think about it,
Just a little bit.
just a little bit. The stepmother and two stepsisters were thunderstruck and grew pale with anger, but he put Cinderella before him on his horse and rode off, and as they passed the hazel bush, the two white pigeons cried, "There they go, there they go. No blood on her shoe. The shoe's not too small. The right bride is she, after all." And when they had thus cried, they came flying after and perched on Cinderella's shoulders, one on the right, the other on the left, and so remained. And when her wedding with the prince was appointed to be held, the false sisters came, hoping to curry favor, to take part in the festivities. So as the bridal procession went to the church, the eldest walked on the right side and the younger on the left, and the pigeons pecked out an eye of each of them. And as they returned, the elder was on the left side and the younger one on the right, and the pigeons picked out the other eye of each of them. And so they were condemned to go blind for the rest of their days because of their wickedness and falsehood. The end.
Damn.
Just don't like liars.
It's a great fucking story with a harsh ending.
Also, like, it was their mom, like, telling them to
Yeah, they were just
to lie
like,
to the prince.
yeah, the mom's just like, "Dude, just fucking cut off your toe. It's like really cool." And they're like, "Okay, mom." And then they get
Wait,
the
okay,
eyes
so, like-
pecked out.
Are they like all adults though? I know Cinderella's like not, but are her
They're
stepsisters
all
adults in the
maidens.
story?
They're all like roughly the same age. Cinderella and her sisters are similar of age.
I assume
Okay.
if they weren't, like, married yet,
They're
still kind
of
young.
marrying age, but not married. which
Yeah.
for the era that this was written in, I couldn't tell you. I imagine somewhere between like 17 and like 25.
Yeah.
But like,
Oh,
that's
I'm like,
still
bitches,
pretty
you
young.
adults.
I mean, not for women were never adults in the past. Let's keep that in
They were
mind. Keep that
adults
context
enough
in
at
your brain.
13.
You were never an adult because you were never able to do anything because you couldn't own property and you couldn't vote. So,
Like, girl,
uh,
you cut off your own toe just because someone told you to.
yeah.
Like,
I mean, people be
Idiot.
crazy. All right, so that is the first story from me. The next story will be read
It's mine.
by our dearest Caitlin, and it is going
God.
to be The Window from More Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark, which is a collection of American folklore tales. I actually didn't know this was a series of American folklore tales that have been copied
Oh.
down the same way Brothers Grimm took German folk tales and copied them down. But they are retold by Alvin Schwartz. So,
Now I'm a little bit more spooked out than I was before.
yeah, these are like... Dude, okay, just a side note before you get into it. In the back of these, there's like, the stories are in the first part, but there is a really hefty notes section where he talks about like alternate endings to the stories or like more context as to like what's real and what's not. And that part's actually very terrifying. I got very creeped out reading the notes section of Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. But anyway.
I know they made a movie about it, but I didn't watch that because I'm
I
a
also
big
didn't
baby.
watch it because I was like, how? It's like a bunch
You're
of
right.
short stories. But anyway,
Just flip through them all. Okay, so the
read a
window.
story to me.
Oh my god. Okay. Margaret and her brothers, Paul and David, shared a small house on top of a hill just outside the village. It was so warm one summer's night that Margaret could not sleep. Same girl. She sat up in bed in the darkness of her room watching the moon move across the sky. Suddenly something caught her eye. She saw two small yellow-green lights moving through the woods near the graveyard. At the bottom of the hill, they looked like the eyes of some animal. Oh, that was a period.
okay.
I need to zoom in here. But she could not make out what kind of creature it was. Soon the creature left the woods and moved up the hill towards the house. For a few minutes, Margaret lost sight of it. Then she saw it coming across the lawn toward her window. Bitch, I'm out. It looked something like a man, and yet it didn't. Girl, what? Margaret was terrified. Yeah, she wanted to run from her room, but the door was next to her window. Dude, just go!
But the door's next
The
to
door's
the
next to the window. It's too scary.
I'm like, is the window open? I don't think so. Just go.
She's freaked out.
She was afraid the creature would see her and break in before she could escape. Before you could open a door?
Yeah.
Okay. Whatever, Margaret. When the creature turned and moved in another direction, Margaret rushed to the door, but before she could open the door, it was back. Margaret found herself staring through the window at a shrunken face like that of a mummy. Its yellow-green eyes gleamed like a cat's eyes. She wanted to scream, but she was so frightened that she could not make a sound. Girl. The creature broke the window glass. It unlocked the window. Why do you have to unlock it? Okay, whatever. And crawled inside. Margaret tried to flee, but the creature caught her. It twisted its long, bony fingers into her hair, pulled back her head, and sank its teeth into her throat. So it was a vampire mummy.
Yeah.
Margaret screamed and fainted. When her brothers heard her piercing scream, they rushed to her room, but by the time they got the door unlocked, the creature had fled. Margaret lay on the floor bleeding and unconscious. While Paul tried to stop the bleeding, David chased the creature down the hill toward the graveyard. But soon he lost sight of it. Police thought it was the work of an escaped lunatic who believed he was a vampire. Mummy vampire. When Margaret recovered, her brothers wanted to move to a safer place where it would be harder to break in, but Margaret refused. Now she's into vampires.
Classic.
The creature would never come back. She was sure of that. How would you know? Okay, whatever.
Lightning doesn't strike twice. No one can break into my house
does.
more than once.
I'm not gonna give it
Margaret's
by another mummy vampire.
memo. Motto.
But just in case, Paul and David began to keep loaded pistols in their rooms. One night, months later, Margaret was awakened by a scratching sound at the window. Guess who's back, Margaret? When she opened her eyes, there was the same shrunken face staring in at her. That night, her brothers heard her cries in time. They chased the creature down the hill, and David shot it in the leg. But the creature managed to scramble over the graveyard wall and disappeared near an old burial vault. Dude, it's a white. The next day, Margaret and her brothers watched as the sexton of the church opened the burial vault. Inside was a horrifying scene. Broken coffins, bones, and rotting flesh were scattered all over the floor. Dirty. Only one coffin had not been disturbed. When the sexton opened it, there lay the creature with the shrunken face that attacked Margaret. The telltale bullet was in its leg. They did the only thing they knew of to rid themselves of a vampire. The sexton built a roaring blaze outside the vault and fed the shrunken body to the flames. They watched the body burn until nothing remained but ashes.
Yay.
End of story.
The end.
Mummy vampires strike twice.
They
Margaret.
come back. If they don't kill you the first time, they might come back again. Yeah.
So dumb.
I know. That's a fun little weird one. I like that one.
Oh my god.
Maybe she thought, like, I've been, like, turned into a vampire, so he won't come back to
I'm
bite
now a
me.
vampire spawn.
Measly
Oh my
spawn.
Yeah. She didn't die,
Alright.
so she's gonna be a spawn.
So the next story we have is also going to be read by our dearest PNG tuber debut extraordinaire, Caitlin herself. And it is
It's me again.
The Hook from Scary Stories
The
to Tell in
Hook.
the Dark,
My favorite
and then by
scary
Ellen
story,
Schwartz.
Tell the Dark story.
A
probably
classic
everyone's.
American horror story that is baked
Yeah,
into our culture, whether you like it or not.
I feel like this is the most well-known one too.
Yeah, me too.
Okay. And it begins. Donald and Sarah went to the movies. Then they went for a ride in Donald's car. They parked up on a hill at the edge of town. From there, they could see the lights up and down the valley. Donald turned on the radio and found some music, but an announcer broke in with a news bulletin. A murderer had escaped from the state prison. Folsom Prison, right there. He was armed with a knife and was headed south on foot. His left hand was missing. In its place, he wore a hook. "Let's roll up the windows and lock the doors," said Sarah. "That's a good idea," said Donald.
That's a good idea.
That's a good idea, I guess.
Why not? Sure.
That prison isn't too far away, said Sarah. "Maybe we should really go home." But it's only 10 o'clock, said Donald. "I don't care what time it is," she said. "I want to go home." Look, Sarah, said Donald. "He's not going to climb all the way up here. Why would he do that? Even if he did, all the doors are locked. How could he get in?" "Donald, he could take that hook and break through a window and open a door," she said. "I'm scared. I want to go home." Donald was annoyed. "Girls always are afraid of something," he
Classic girls.
said. "We have a survival instinct. Sorry, Donald." As he started the car, Sarah thought she heard someone or something scratching at her door. "Did you hear that?" she asked as they roared away. "It sounded like somebody was trying to get in." "You didn't look out the window?" Okay, whatever." "Oh, sure," said Donald. Soon they got to her house. "Would you like to come in and have some cocoa?" she asked. "No," he said. "I've got to go home."
Nah, man.
He went around to the other side of the car to let her out. Hanging on the door handle was a hook.
There it is. The big twist.
Girl, I'm like, if he was like opening your door handle with a fucking hook, you could just look out the goddamn window.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of a, like, old story, dude. That's like a lot of old stories where you're like, that's kind of not
Back when
scary.
windows couldn't be seen through.
Yeah, you know.
It was too thick. She couldn't look.
But
Oh my
yeah.
god.
Sorry, I'm like trying to get these on. Because Aaron did a lot of... do I really need to do a bardic inspiration? I was singing a lot with Cinderella.
That's true.
I'll sing it
a
again. No.
hand hook horror man song.
There was a man, he had a hook for a hand. What will we do when they're scratching on the door?
Don't look through the window.
You can't look through the window. Sarah's always scared. What was the guy's name?
Donald?
Donald doesn't care.
Donald doesn't believe in hooks.
Do you wish to come in? No. That's the end of the song.
No.
There you go. That's so stupid.
Yeah,
A
a
musical
musical
in
all about
work.
the hook. and
I will
the
write a
folly of
musical
men.
about the hook, the like shortest 2-page story. If Lin-Manuel Miranda could write himself Hamilton the musical and cast himself as the lead, I can write a musical about the hook, make it weird and jump scary, and make it a Broadway blast. I mean, come on, I'm in New York now. I'm a Broadway.
In time for
You
Halloween.
do that.
I just need to break into a Broadway stage and just do my own one-man show really quick before they kick me out, and then people will be so inspired that they won't stop me, and I'll just be able to do it for 2 hours.
Yeah. Totally.
Okay. So. That was our wonderful Caitlin with the hook. So the next iteration we have is going to be read by our dearest Jaffa. And this is some more informal writing. The story is called I Proposed to My Girlfriend, But She's Been Replaced, which is a series of internet forum posts from 2chan, I believe, translated by a username VG person. And it is a very interesting, wild ride. And Jaffa, my dearest, we will let you take it from here.
Okay. Yeah.
I cross my arms like, yeah.
Yeah, the person who translated it, they have like a website with all of their translation stuff. So it's just called vgperson.com, and you can check that out. Thanks to them for translating this weird thing. Actually, they updated it recently. They have some posts from 2023, so they're still alive and they're doing stuff.
Yeah. Good job,
and I
VG
think they
person,
make-
for surviving COVID.
They have some
Wow.
games. They make games too. So check out their game.
Shout out to VG.
Yeah, because I don't know. I remember like finding this translated forum thread forever ago, and I was like a teenager. I was like, this is so fucking scary. This is like the scariest thing ever. And then I got older, and I was like, oh, I mean, it was like interesting, but I'm not that scared of it anymore.
As happens
But
from time to time.
yeah, right. So it starts off with the OP, which for people who are not literate in forum terminology
It's good,
means
it's good.
original poster. So the original poster makes a thread and he says, I want someone to hear this. I seriously feel like I'm going nuts here. I recently proposed to my girlfriend. We dated for about 5 years starting in college. I got the okay from her and we were on the way to a happy marriage. But since I couldn't get the money and we were unsure when to have the wedding, we decided to just register our marriage first. So I got the marriage forms, filled out the necessary bits, and sent them to her. Which you can assume from this that they're living in 2 different places right now. But in the blank for her name, she wrote a name which I had never seen before. It wasn't that I had been dating her all this time without knowing her real name. I typically referred to her by a nickname, sure, but we had been in the same class in college, and we had laughed seeing our names together on the roster. I honestly don't know what to think, but those were the facts. I recognized my girlfriend's name as being Hanako Sato, but she wrote something completely different. We'll say, for example, because he doesn't want to reveal her, name of her apparently real name. So he gives an example. We'll say something like Elizabeth Ijuin. It seemed like a rather obnoxious name, really. Of course, I asked her about it. And the dialogue, he gives a summary of how that conversation went. He says, huh? What's that name? She's like, what? My name? He's like, isn't your name Hanako Sato? And she said, what are you saying? That's the exchange we had.
What an exchange.
Right? I'm like, evidently he didn't pursue it further than that because he didn't want to come off as crazy. So he was like,
Right.
Gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss.
So the way these forums work is that everyone's anonymous. So they're all just like random people. So someone replies, "Do you have her as Hanako Sato in your phone book?" And the OP replies, "She's on my phone under her nickname. Feeling I must have made a ridiculous mistake this whole time, I backed off for the moment. I came to doubt my own mind somewhat. Deciding to take a look back at my memories, I found some old photographs. They were pictures of me and my girlfriend together, but the girl in the photos was not the girl I had been talking to."
What?
So he says, however, it's the girl in the photos who I couldn't recall. In my memory, I had been dating the girl who is now calling herself Elizabeth Ijuin for 5 years. Hanako Sato had vanished into thin air. I felt like I was going to throw up.
Yeah.
So then a bunch of people respond, and he like replies to them all later, but I'll just read them like sequentially so it makes more sense. Someone says, "Do you still want to get married?" And he's like, "Oh God, would that be wise?"
Do you think I can still get married though?
Someone said, "Maybe show the pictures to Elizabeth." Oh, okay, never mind. He didn't respond to the first one. So maybe show the pictures to Elizabeth. He said, "Would that be wise?" Like, I don't know if I should do
Oh,
that.
okay.
Yeah, I guess he does still want to get married. Someone said she just took off her makeup, I bet. And he says, "That doesn't explain her name changing." And then someone says, "Did you have an accident or something? Sounds like memory loss or dissociation." And OP says, "No, I've never hit my head or anything. Had a
How'd you
foot
know?
broken by a bike, sure." Which is, sounds crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone says, "Does the nickname stem from Elizabeth or from Hanako?" And OP responds, "She had a stage name of sorts for a Rakugo club," which, if you look that up, it's like Japanese storytelling where like one person sits in the center of a stage and like tells a story, and it's like a form of entertainment.
It's almost
So
like what
she's
we're
in a-
doing right now on stream.
Yeah, what we're doing right
I
now.
know. Yeah.
Rakugo!
I imagine they're like probably funny. I don't know if it's supposed to be like comedy or if it's dramatic or something, but I've like seen a couple videos of it from like people. I guess they were doing like wordplay where they were like
Okay,
saying
yeah.
a bunch of tongue twisters and stuff and then joking about that. So I was like, "Oh, that's kind of cool."
Yeah.
But her nickname was a variation of her stage name from the Rakugo Club. Then someone else responds, "Maybe she just wrote some other name she has." And OP says, "I don't think she'd write a nickname on a marriage form." So it says, "Think about it. It'd be really obvious if her face changed. I can't say anything but that there's something wrong with you. Tell a friend about the situation." And Opie says, "I suppose I'll try getting in touch with a friend from college." Someone says, so like between all these posts, there's like some amount of time passing, of course. So like the whole threads go over the course of like a few days. So someone eventually replies, "How long ago were these photos from? It helped to figure out when the switch occurred." Opie says the photos were taken during our 3rd year of college, so 4 years ago. "Oh, but I knew there was a girl named Hanako Sato since my 1st year of college." Someone says, "Have you always stayed close? Never gone long distance at any point?" Opie says, "No occasions that I can think of are worth mentioning. The longest we've gone without seeing each other at all is about 2 weeks, and that was for a family trip." I'm like, so out of breath. Reading is hard.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
is.
Someone says, "In Korea, they use aliases on marriage forms, trials, all kinds of official stuff because they really do have 2 names." OP says, "Seriously? I mean, well, I guess I've never asked if she's Korean. I guess we can check."
She's secretly like very Korean that you would never know for 5 years.
Right. Someone says, "Tell us everything since the time you met." And Opie's like, nothing really special's happened since we met. She did Rakugo in a club and I came to listen, and I thought it was neat. Since we were in the same class, we became friends and started dating. Someone says, which girl is in the most recent photo you have, Hanako or Elizabeth? And Opie says, the only other recent photos I have are phone photos. I upgraded my phone about a year ago and all the pictures on it are of Elizabeth. So the girl that he like sent the marriage form to, who he thinks he's dating, he's like, they're all her, but she just has the wrong name, basically.
Yeah.
Someone says, but her name and face are different? You can't explain that. And Opie says, indeed, I can't. I'm going nuts here. Gonna go for a smoke.
Gotta go
Someone
smoke
says,
it up.
alright. Someone's like, I'm getting confused. Is it that you're dating Hanako Sato, but she was replaced by Elizabeth? Or you were dating Elizabeth, but she was replaced by Hanako Sato? And OP says, I thought she was Hanako Sato, but she became Elizabeth. Which still
That's
is confusing.
more cryptic. She became her. It's like, what?
Someone says, what do you call Hanako by OP? Even if it was a nickname, if she got replaced, wouldn't she find it odd? And OP says, I'm afraid to tell the details. Sorry. Someone says, if the nickname came from a stage name, then she could have become Elizabeth then. It must have been Elizabeth from the start. And OP says, maybe. But the pictures were from when we were dating. I think he means like she must have been the same person the whole time, but he's like, the pictures are different, so that is confusing him. Someone says, so her face is completely different? And OP says, I think they look very different. I don't think makeup could be it. But then again, I don't know anything about makeup.
You got plastic surgery, dude.
Right?
She got monolith surgery.
So it says, why don't you ask her directly? And OP says, I've been in disarray since yesterday. I'll ask her again later.
I've been having a mental breakdown since yesterday, and I haven't talked to her about it at all.
Yeah, basically. So it says, maybe it's OP's personality that has been replaced. And OP responds, I am doubting myself a little. Someone says, people can get their names changed, you know, maybe she killed somebody. And OP's like, can you do that? Don't you need to go through a whole process and such? Which, yes, but, you know, maybe she could have done it. Someone says, maybe she had a husband but got divorced? And OP's like, but both of her names changed, not just the last name? So, none of these answers have been helpful. Someone, like, is referring back to the conversation he had with his girlfriend, and they're like, what happened after that? Did she show any signs of distrust or being unsettled? And OP says, at the time, I was just thinking, huh? Do I have her real name wrong since I always called her by her nickname? So I didn't want to probe too deeply. Of course, my head was filled with question marks, but I just tried to smooth it over. Because if it was my mistake, I thought she would get angry at me. Remembering her name wrong would be outrageous.
Like, it's a little weird that you'd be like, I'm about to marry this person, I'm a little confused on your details, but you're too nervous to ask? Like, have I been saying your name wrong for 5 years? Like,
right?
You should be comfortable enough to be like, hey babe, I know we're about to get married, but like, for real, I thought your name was this, and actually it's not. Like, can we address that?
Oh, did someone ask if we're reading real horror stories?
Yeah, I said we're reading a real post.
Yeah.
Real forum post.
Yeah. Okay, someone replies, oh god, maybe you're in an alternate dimension, but they were sloppy in falsifying your memories.
Oh my god.
It's possible.
And someone, like a different random person, replies to that person saying, always possible. There have been people who feel like they've suddenly woken up from a long dream. And OP responds to both of them saying, that's freaky, guys.
Oh my god. Dude's a wimp.
I mean...
Listen, his world is falling apart.
Yeah. Hanako is now Elizabeth. What are we gonna do?
Someone says,
Ask her.
did you send the marriage form? And he says, marriage registration, or I guess send it in, like, officially. He says, marriage registration is a pain and I haven't done it yet due to various hang-ups. Plus, now I'm a bit scared too. Someone says, I keep thinking about this and getting nowhere. You gotta contact someone you can trust right away. OP says, I emailed a friend earlier, but still no reply.
You don't have a phone? Do phones not exist?
It's from 2011, so yeah.
Phones
he should have had a
existed!
phone.
Email was still pretty cool back then.
Also, it's in Japan, so maybe I know they're a little more behind on like tech stuff. Blah blah blah. Where am I? Okay, someone said, "Sure you weren't wrong from the beginning." Also, upload pics. OP says,
Right.
"No pics."
Yeah, upload the pics,
I
OP.
don't know. Yeah, he says, "I don't know how to do a mosaic effect to to protect their identities, I guess," which is a pretty poor excuse, but okay, OP.
It's like, you clearly don't really care about getting down to the bottom of it if you are not willing to show anyone the difference between, like, what she looks like right now
women?
and what the pictures are.
Right, it's like, clearly he wants to, like, deal with it in a rational way and not just rely on strangers on the internet, but he is still talking to the strangers on the internet, so...
Yeah. He's half-assing both ways.
Yeah. Someone says, the current girl is someone who's long stalked OP. Wanting to marry him at any cost, she talked to a hypnotist. She took OP to him, he used his hypnotism, and here we are. Maybe? OP says, can hypnotists actually do that sort of thing? Someone says, I don't know, or I don't suppose this Elizabeth Ejuin might be a little more than a figment of your imagination? If that's the case, I don't think there's any doubt you have schizophrenia. Or perhaps Elizabeth Ejuin does exist, but all the outrageous events you write of here are completely wild fantasies. If that's the case, I still don't think there's any doubt you have schizophrenia. And then he says nobody likes a copy pasta, which is just a way of saying that guy wrote way too much shit and it's all stupid, so OP did not like that comment. So later OP makes a new post on his own saying, got a reply from my friend. Incidentally, here's what I sent. Remember nickname who I've been dating? So he's still like keeping the nickname a secret because he doesn't want to reveal it. So do we want to make up a nickname? What's a nickname for a girl who does storytelling? Elle. Remember Elle, who I've been dating?
Yeah, there you
Is her real name Hanako Sato or Elizabeth Ejuin? His reply, I think it was something Sato, yeah? Did you break up? And OP's like, yeah, I figured it was Hanako Sato I was dating. Like, this pretty much confirms that that was her name. Someone responds, first of all, you gotta tell us any episodes from dating Hanako to now, in chronological order. Sort things out in your head. Sounds like you've got some serious memory issues. And OP says, I'll try to
years.
For years. Yeah, I know. They're like demanding so much.
I'd be like, bro, I don't know last week. I can't help you.
Yeah, just like recall your entire relationship with this one person for me right now.
I
You're
know,
like,
we did stuff sometimes.
Yeah, we hang out.
So he says, I'll try to remember and post some things. Someone says, which one's cuter, Hanako Sato or Elizabeth Ejuin? And OP says, I guess if I had to say, the one in the photos is cuter. So like, the old college photos, he thinks that person is cuter than the current girlfriend. Which is kind of a dick thing to say. Because clearly the current girlfriend is real. Like,
yeah, she's there.
She's there. This person in the photos has the name that you thought your girlfriend had, but also you don't know what's happening. Someone says, does OP still love this Elizabeth Ejuin? And OP says, of course, I'm all set to marry her. So, at least he's confident.
What's the issue?
Yeah.
Why are you crying about it then?
Because he's like, why did her name change? And also, why are these photos a different girl?
Clearly, if you're still willing to marry her, then obviously it's not that big of an issue.
OP says, I sent my friend a photo of Elizabeth. So, like a current time photo. And he told his friend, do you know who this is? Also, do you know the name Elizabeth Ejuin? And then OP starts like summarizing his dating history as per request. He says, in my first year of college, Hanako Sato was in the same class as me. Even at welcoming parties and such, we didn't really come into contact. In second year, I saw her at a Rakugo performance by one of the clubs. I thought, she's that girl in my class. When she got off stage, I think I said to her, I never realized you were in the... something, it's like the name of the club, Sato. I'm fairly sure I called her Sato then. I realized I was interested in this girl. Being a literature major, I asked her to teach me about Rakugo and borrowed some books. On Christmas that year, I confessed to her. She put on a show for me after doing sexy things in my room, haha. Wow, OP, you didn't have to share that.
That's too much, dude, yeah. You won't share her fucking nickname, but you'll tell us that she did a sexy show for you? Dude, where is the line?
And then OP updates, he's like, I got a reply from my friend. The friend said, don't know her. Also, Elizabeth Ejuin? Haha, what kind of name is that? And then he puts a reminder, note that while Elizabeth Ejuin is just a name I made up, the real name sounds just as bizarre. Someone says, maybe ask your friend if he knows Hanako Sato's number? And OP's like, okay. Someone says if her face is the same, then maybe she uses a different name for official things than she uses normally. Is she a foreigner? But OP's like I said, her face is totally different from the old photos. And then someone links the Capgrass delusion, and then there's a link to the Wikipedia page, which I assume the translator must have changed it to the English Wikipedia page, because otherwise it would be the Japanese one.
Is it a functional link?
But yeah, it's just the actual wiki for Capgrass delusion, which is, it's the one where you think that someone close to you has been replaced by an identical imposter.
Yeah, it's scary.
But the person who linked it says, maybe OP's case is a little different, but doesn't it sound similar? OP says, I read the article. It seems different, but similar. Maybe I should really go to a psychiatrist. OP says his friend replied, because earlier he asked if he knows the girl's number. His friend replied, her number's blank, 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 right? And it was her number from college, but it's different now, so this is useless info. And then his friend continued to say, of course, she's your girlfriend, so you've spent loads of time together, but I've never gotten to talk with nickname once. Sorry, with L once.
Oh, yeah.
Elizabeth.
Elizabeth.
It was me the whole time.
It was. You had a double leg. Someone says, contact that club she's in? OP says, I don't know any members I could contact. She might, though. I'll meet her tomorrow and ask. Too scared to ask today.
Too scared.
What a baby.
I'm too scared of my girlfriend because she's been replaced.
But I'm still marrying her. That's the craziest part. It's not like, I'm gonna like break off this engagement with this woman I don't know. You're still like, no, I'm still gonna get married though. Like,
he's like, listen, I worked hard to get to the marriage point. Just because she changed names and potentially changed faces without me noticing, I'm still gonna marry her.
It's not a deal breaker for me. It's just weird, right?
Even though he's like, I'm having a mental breakdown over it.
Yeah, but secretly, not to her at all. Like, Jesus.
I'm not gonna let her know that I'm like agonizing over this. OP says, I called the old number from college just to be sure. Indeed, it's not in use anymore. Then OP goes on to say, okay, posting some more things I remember. After going out on Christmas of my second year of college, we went to visit a temple for the new year. I think I wrote something like, I pray we'll always be happy together. She might have written Hanako Sato on her, like, prayer thing, but I can't remember for sure. She gave me chocolates on Valentine's. Around this point, our rooms changed around and we ended up together, like in class, I guess. In third year, we were in the same seminar. I remember seeing her on the roster and saying, I'm glad we're in the same seminar. Fairly sure the name there was Hanako Sato. Someone responds, what about trips? Never wrote her name when signing in or anything? And OP says, yes, we went on trips. And I think she was the one writing her name when booking hotels, but I can't really remember if it was Hanako Sato or not. Someone says, so basically you don't remember anything from college about Elizabeth at all. And he says, it's not like I can recall everything perfectly, but I think so. I don't remember finding any incidents odd before. Someone says, what did you call Sato and Ijuin respectively? Both the same? And then OP's like confused. He's like, do you mean what did she call me? Because she just called me by my first name. It's been that way since college. It was my last name at first, but then she used my name once we started dating. And then he like starts rambling. He's like, I'm almost wishing to be diagnosed with something at this point. Not being able to explain all of this is what's making me go nuts.
You could! You choose not to!
He's too scared.
He's too scared. But then the same person who asked responds. He's like, thanks for the quick reply, but learn to read. I asked, what did you call her? You called Sato by her nickname, right? And Ijuin by the same nickname you used for Sato? And OP says, she's had the same nickname since college, and I've called both Hato Sanako and Elizabeth that same name. So she both mystery girls respond to the nickname. Someone says, what's she doing now? OP says, she's in her room, I think. We're both renting rooms closer to our respective workplaces, so they're definitely living in different apartments. Okay, OP starts doing more recap of his relationship. He says, in the same seminar in third year, our members went flower viewing. The friend I emailed earlier was one of those members. I called her by her nickname so it spread throughout the group. In summer, we went to the beach, and we went boating in the mountains. How do you boat in the mountains?
Boat in the mountains.
Like Tahoe?
I guess like, you go to Lake Tahoe's in the mountains.
True, yeah, like lakes in the mountains.
But yeah, it does sound silly when you say boating in the mountains.
It's a land boat.
Land boat. It's called skiing, sledding. It's like a boat
Moving,
for the snow.
Yeah. By this point, I think I stopped using her real name altogether. But when attending the same seminar, the professor definitely called her name, and I don't remember thinking anything was odd then. Also, we went to Kyoto together this summer. Someone says, does it feel like the memories you had thought were spent with Sato are now memories with Elizabeth upon seeing the name Elizabeth, and you're wondering who Sato is? Or is it just the name Elizabeth compared against it being Sato in your memories that's confusing? So OP tries to explain everything again. He's like, in my memory, the girl I've been dating now is the same one that I've dated since college. But her name in college was Sato, and now it's Elizabeth. Also, in the photographs from my college days, I'm with a girl I don't recognize. OP says, there's a photo taken in Kyoto and one at Izumo Temple from autumn of this year, and it's the same girl in both, Elizabeth. I don't take many pictures, so that's all I have. Someone's like, you say you don't recognize her, but don't you know both Sato and Elizabeth's faces? You know Elizabeth's current face, but don't recognize the old Sato. OP says, I don't know whether it's Sato or Elizabeth, but I don't remember the face of the girl in the photos. But the one I went on the trip with was definitely my girlfriend.
I don't remember her face, but I know she's my girlfriend.
Yeah, he's like, I've been with the same girl this whole time, definitely. But for some reason, the photos are different. There's a mystery girl in the photos. Also, my current girlfriend's name changed, and I don't know why.
Yeah. This is a crazy story.
And then the last post of this thread says, this is wearing me out. I'll check on various things tomorrow. though talking about it here has gotten me more nervous, and that's considering I felt like throwing up before starting this thread. Maybe nothing's been resolved, but you've been helpful nonetheless. Thanks for listening, everyone. And then that thread ends, but then there's a new thread, and it was started by someone else, but I assume it was about this guy because he shows up in the thread. He's like, oh, hi, it's me. Can I, like, continue posting and updating you guys in this thread? And they're like, yeah, I've been waiting for this.
Woo, yeah, tell us more.
He says, I'm really sorry for starting a thread while I was still going nuts yesterday, but I've calmed down somewhat now. To be honest, I don't have much to report. Sorry, I've been too busy with work to go to the hospital. However, I did send a phone photo of the girl I don't recognize to my friend. His friend replied, with the nickname. He's like, oh, is this Elle? Is this back from in college? So his friend, for some reason, recognizes the mystery girl, and he's calling her the nickname. So his friend thinks that the mystery girl is the girlfriend that he's been with this whole time. But OP is like, no, this is a mystery girl. I don't know who she is. Well, he doesn't say that to his friend, but OP says he emailed Elizabeth and said, how long have we been dating again? Elizabeth's reply was about 5 years, isn't it? So she is aware, at least, of how long they've been dating.
Yeah.
You could assume she's the same girl.
She's not like, it was 3 months ago, don't you remember?
Right.
Yeah.
And OP says, that's about all I can report. Not much progress. I'm a little tired. Someone says, I think OP should decide on this himself, but, there's 3 problems. A, the girl he's going to currently marry. B, the problem with the girl in the photograph. And C, the girl he was dating when the photo was taken. The girl OP thinks he's been dating all along. A, B, C could be 3 different people, or all just one. They could also be named either Sato or Elizabeth. I think coming up with a standard like that could make things easier to read. OP says it's not exactly easy for me to divide it up that way because, to me, I've been dating Hanako Sato all along, and I don't know the girl in the photos. Someone says, didn't you use the nickname at some point? Is that not Hanako Sato? Or no, I guess they got confused by the blanks. They're like, why is there a placeholder? OP's like, the placeholder represents the nickname. Okay. Someone says, the point is, you sent a photo of B, as in the girl in the photos, the mystery girl, to your friend, right? What did he call B? OP said, I called her by her nickname back then, and my friend called her that as well. Which is confusing. OP is acting like the girl in the photo, who he doesn't recognize, is still his girlfriend. Because he's saying, like, yeah, I called her by her nickname, but I think he should be more concerned that he doesn't recognize her.
Yeah.
He confused.
I guess he's like, maybe it was just the makeup.
Yeah, it turns out, like, makeup changes your
She
bone
lost
structure.
some weight. She started working out.
But
She got some plastic surgery.
The more concerning point is that the friend that he sent it to called her by the nickname, so the friend is apparently recognizing the mystery girl. Okay, people keep asking about the nickname. They're like, what's the nickname? And he's like, okay, fine, I suppose I might as well specify.
Reveal. No.
He says her stage name at the time was Igante Chihuahua.
Chihuahua!
Chihuahua. But not spelled the Spanish way, spelled like Chiwawa.
Yeah. Like a very Japanese way.
Yeah, so he says, thus I called her Chiwa.
That's cute.
Someone says, did your friend know Chiwa was her nickname? He didn't think it was her real name? OP says, he was in our seminar, so he should have known her real name. And he remembered her last name is Sato yesterday, when he asked. Oh, okay, someone Someone pretends to be OP, someone's just trolling, and they're like, OP here, something bad happened. But it's not actually OP, it's just someone being a troll. And then the actual OP is like, hi, this is me. I wasn't planning to show up since I still don't have anything to report, but since a fake showed up, I'm here to establish myself as the real deal. This is really wearing me out though, so I ask you to wait until I'm ready to report. Including waiting for my nerves to settle down.
He's so nervous. He's like, please
Such a
stop.
weenie!
Like on a text forum too. Like just wait until you're ready to type and then you type. What do you mean? You're just like, my nerves.
The crowd is going wild. And they're like, we need updates. Give us the updates.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah, because eventually someone says, any developments? And OP says, not really. I decided I don't want to go to the hospital until I'm certain of a few more things. I'm busy working, so I haven't met my girlfriend or my friend, and I'm a little scared of the two of them meeting face to face, but I'm planning to see my friend tomorrow. Someone replies, for now, show her the old photographs. OP said, I'll try that, I think, to that one. Yeah, so he's more receptive to trying to show his current girlfriend the mystery girl photos.
Yeah, do it.
Says, right?
It would really immediately squash the problem. If you
just be like, dude, is this you? Why do you look so different in these photos? And she could either be like, yes, or no. Someone says, introducing your friend and Ijuin would settle everything. Your friend knows photo girl equals Sato equals Chiwa, and Ijuin knows herself as Chiwa, so you three can talk it out. OP says, I'll discuss it with my friend tomorrow. Someone says, I'm curious about this bike incident where he broke his foot. Maybe he doesn't remember, but maybe he fell unconscious? If so, it might have had an effect on his brain.
I mean, yeah, bike incident.
But for someone to be like, you said you just broke your foot, but what if you actually got a concussion? OP's like, I broke my foot right after entering my 4th year. I don't think I hit my head. A lady crashed into me from the side and my right foot got crushed underneath the bike. Well, actually, that would happen at my college campus a lot because it was such a, bike
heavy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Davis is crazy.
I know, yeah. There would be, anytime there was a big bike crash, the kids would... I remember, hearing someone in my class being like, yeah, I got into, a bike crash and they made me, wait an hour or something to make sure I didn't have a concussion. So I, missed my class because they wanted to make sure. So, a bike crash, it can give you a concussion, OP. Maybe you should be more concerned about that. Someone says, might be like that Natsuhiko Kyogoku book with the guy who can't distinguish faces. Don't know if that disorder actually exists, though. Then he said, the same random guy, has a bullet list of, thoughts, I guess.
I have ideas,
He calls
bro.
her... Yeah, he's like, first of all, maybe it's like this book. Second of all, calls her mostly by a nickname, so thinks, huh, was that her name? He got her name wrong from the start. Any combination of those things could be the solution. And OP says, what do you mean by not being able to distinguish faces? But clearly that guy doesn't respond because the next post is OP saying, reporting on what happened today, but I'm still sorting out what happened myself, so it might be hard to understand in places. Ask me about anything unclear. So I guess he's reporting about meeting with his friend. But there's a bunch of people responding before he actually reports it. OP's like, I'm gonna post it later. Anyways, people respond in the meantime. They're like, you aren't poor with faces and names, are you, OP? Even if it's not bad enough to affect your life, for now I'd recommend canceling as soon as possible. The one thing I want to know is if this is a mental issue. It can happen to anyone and people can live their whole lives without realizing it. He continues. He says, in fact, I think I have some of the same symptoms as OP. It's not as extreme, but I suddenly forget someone's name. And when I look at an old photo of them, I couldn't link the face and the name. To be fair, it doesn't explain how your friend remembers her as Hanako Sato, but it could be several things at work. Just try to consider all the possibilities. Just consider that there are other people with this condition. So this person's really trying to convince him that he's insane.
He's like, bro, you don't know nothing about nothing, and everything you know is a lie, because you're crazy.
OP says, so he starts posting again, and he's like, also, I'm a little drunk, so I'm gonna ramble on somewhat. Sorry.
Also, I'm drunk, sorry.
Also, by the way, he responds to the earlier guy saying, I'm kind of bad at remembering faces, but not bad enough for anyone to mention it or anything. I've always thought I was just normal, but if there are people like that, maybe I'm that way too. So he's already being convinced. But he explains what happened. He's like, I met my friend who I emailed earlier. We met at a pub and talked while eating. We haven't met in about half a year, but we occasionally emailed each other. First, I showed him a couple photos of the girl I didn't recognize. I had already sent them to him earlier, but I thought it might have been harder to judge from the phone camera. And the conversation went like this. The friend said, these are the pictures you sent? OP says, yeah. Do you know who's in them? The friend says, it's you and Chihuahua, right? You're sure? I don't get it. What's this about? OP says, maybe I'm just messed up in the head, but I don't know who the girl in these pictures is. The friend's like, what? Are you serious? Aren't you dating? OP's like, yeah. Oh, his friend's like, did you break up? No, nothing like that. Then what happened? So the friend is like, you're crazy. OP says, I couldn't explain it very well, so it basically kept going in circles like this. It might have been the alcohol too. But eventually I explained the whole situation. He was quiet for a while, drinking his sake. I wasn't sure what to say.
This is like the absolute worst situation to try to explain while drinking or to a drunk person. Like, it's so confusing when you're regular, but I feel like even one whiff of alcohol would make this just impossible to comprehend. This poor boy. This poor man.
It's like doing no favors for himself.
Yeah.
Okay, so once it was eventually explained, his friend says, well, if you yourself think you're messed up, wouldn't it be best to go to the hospital? OP says, I've considered it, but I wanted to make sure first. His friend says, but hear it from me. This girl in the photos is definitely Hanako Sato, and I don't know any girl named Elizabeth Ijun. And OP says, then I have a request. I want you to meet with Elizabeth. And the friend is like, what? I don't wanna. Why should I?
What, meet with her?
So, yeah. The friend's like, I don't want to meet your freaky replacement girlfriend.
It's like, that's too scary. Stop scaring me.
So, that's, OP puts in a comment. He's like, and here I thought he was a friend. Or maybe he got replaced too. Well, not wanting to get into that kind of nonsense, I just
coming out and stealing all my friends.
Everyone around me is different. What happened? He says, not wanting to get into that kind of nonsense, I just figured going out into society changes a person. That's why his friend doesn't want to help him. He's like, my friend's changed. Society really changed him.
Jaded now.
The friend concludes it by saying, anyway, go to the hospital and get counseling. I'll pay the bill. So that brought today to a close. Perhaps you could say he ran away from me. Nuts.
He ran away from me.
He's like, oh god, this guy from college that I haven't seen in 6 months is crazy. I'm getting out of here.
And he's like, please go to a hospital. I think you're insane. And he's like, this guy right here. What a guy telling me I'm crazy. He must be crazy. Oh, it's too good.
Okay, oh my god, okay. So OP's like, so I came home rather drunk. And it turns out Elizabeth was in my room. This wasn't odd since she had an extra key and it's Saturday, but it surprised me a little.
Jump scare.
I had gotten a call. Yeah, right. She's like, were you talking about me? So I had gotten a call on my phone, but I didn't notice until she told me. I suppose the restaurant was too noisy for me to hear it. She said she would have just gone home if I had been a little later. She cleaned up my room and set up a rice cooker for breakfast tomorrow. What a good girl. I couldn't believe she wasn't Hanako Sato. Drunkenly, I asked her, how long have we been dating again? Elizabeth says, you emailed me that earlier. What's the deal? He says, we started in our second year of college, right? Elizabeth says, that's right. So this Christmas, it'll be exactly 5 years. And why did I start calling you Chihuahua? She says, my friends called me that because I acted like a chihuahua. He says, was that it? And she says, hence the name Aigante Chihuahua. Like, that's how she got her stage name. And then her stage name became a nickname.
Yeah.
They're all connected.
Or I guess
So
the nickname was first, and then the stage name happened.
Yeah. So Opie says, so there's no inconsistency there, I think. But then,
But, alas.
he says, oh, I went drinking with S today, which is how he's referring to his friend. And Elizabeth says, who's that? Apparently, Elizabeth doesn't know my friend.
I mean, didn't they, like, only have a class together?
Yeah.
She's
like,
who
it's
the
not
fuck are you
like
talking
they ever
about?
talked.
Right? I mean, I guess it's been 6 months since OP saw him, but probably his girlfriend wasn't there since his friend has never seen Elizabeth. And it's technically been Elizabeth the whole time. Like her face at least. But
Yeah.
he says, oh, yeah, he's like, what do you mean, who's that? He was in the seminar with us. And Elizabeth says, I don't really remember him. Were you friends? And OP says, I thought you hung out with him too. And Elizabeth is like, really? Well, I hung out with the people in my circle more than the seminar people. OP.
It's fair.
He's like, I couldn't say anything after that. I thought she was just making excuses. But there was still the alcohol, and I didn't know how to continue the conversation. So she went back home a while ago.
Just
Yeah.
sent her home. He's just like, be gone. Woman, be gone from me! I must
He's
think
like,
on
you don't know my friend? She's like, what? No, I don't remember him. And he's like, get out of here.
Yeah, I just feel like that's just like, when you talk to someone, you're like, yeah, you remember this person we went to high school with? And you're like, huh? No, I don't really remember who that is. And you're like, oh yeah, I guess I spent a lot of time with that person and you didn't, but we all technically were in the same place. So I'm sorry about that. But then, instead of being like, oh, that makes sense, you'd be like, imposter.
Right.
You
A place I haven't been at for 4 years.
Yeah. Oh my god.
You don't remember this guy that was in a class with you 4 years ago?
You don't remember that
You
guy
must
from
have been
like 12
replaced.
years ago?
Yeah.
We were all in middle school? You're like, huh? Who?
So, then a random person replies, try Googling their names, you might find some new info. And OP's like, I tried Googling their names earlier, but nothing useful. Same for the nickname. And someone else says, this is getting eerie.
This is creeping me out, bro.
OP says, actually, I'm still kinda drunk. Looking at the screen's wearing me out. I'll go to bed for today. Thanks for listening, everyone. And then the next day, OP's like, good evening. No progress, but I'll post since people seem to want me to post once a day. My nerves are progressing though, haha. Being worn down day by day, ... Starting to have hallucinations of Hanako Sato, ...
No! Ghost Hanako coming to get you.
Dude's so
Oh.
dramatic.
I know, he's like, literally.
Where's that
Going
drama
mad.
sound? Hold on, where's that dramatic sound
Oh, yeah.
we have? There it is.
Yeah!
Hanako!
I see her in the mirror now.
OP says, I'm going to have dinner. Ask any questions you have and I'll answer them afterwards. If there aren't any, I'll be done for today. Someone replies, my question is, does OP still want to marry Elizabeth? Does he have feelings for Hanako or for Elizabeth? Of course, things might change, but I'm just asking the way it is now. And he says, I do want to marry her as long as this issue is resolved. You ask which one I had feelings for, but I don't know the girl in the photos, so it's a matter of figuring out the situation, not a matter of feelings. Okay, so he's like, he doesn't think that she like changed her face or anything. He's just like, it's the same girl, I'm just confused.
Yeah.
Someone says, what kind of hallucinations are you having? And OP responds, I saw the girl from the pictures waving to me from a bus window.
From your window?
From like on the bus. I don't know if he
Oh.
was on the bus or
Yeah,
she was on the
like,
bus.
there was a bus and one person was on one side, the other was on the other side. Just waving at
Sorry, I opened up a can really loudly.
Oh, I didn't
I
hear
have
it. That's fine.
Arizona.
Woo!
Okay. Someone says, what's your next objective? I think you should determine as quickly as possible if Sato and Elizabeth are the same person. Your friend is one thing, but you should go to school and ask the seminar teachers and the club members. You should find the truth if you search for it earnestly. And you should really, really, really go to the hospital if you're serious about hallucinating.
Really go to the hospital? Everyone's like, please go to the hospital.
He's like, I'm too busy. Anyways. OP responds to them saying, I'm looking for seminar members and such I can contact who might have our yearbook. I've considered the school, but it's hard to go not knowing any of the club members. Someone says, I think Elizabeth is doing everything purposely. OP must be under hypnosis, or maybe being brainwashed.
Hold on, could you repeat that last sentence? Sorry. Can you repeat that last sentence for me?
Oh, yeah, someone's saying, I think Elizabeth is doing everything purposely, OP must be under hypnosis, or maybe being brainwashed.
Okay.
Oh my god. He's like, this guy is already absolutely insane, let's make it worse.
Yeah. So, they, like, reference what Elizabeth said earlier. Oh, at the very beginning, when she was like, what are you saying, when he asked if that was her name. And this person is saying, she calmly lied because she detected the brainwashing wearing off. The visit the other day was to check if he'd snapped out of it too. Elizabeth is no doubt looking into how to re-brainwash him.
Oh my god.
Thank you, internet. It's so helpful. OP's like, can I really be brainwashed or hypnotized without knowing about it? Someone says, at any rate, I think OP should locate Hanako Sato. Do you plan to? Which, I don't know what that means. I guess they mean locate the... Or, like, try to look up the name and see, like, if she's registered with anything.
Real?
Yeah, like, look for an address associated with this name. OP says, I'm curious, but I'm scared, honestly.
Yeah, you're scared all the fucking time, dude.
Someone says, even if there are issues with OP's memory, it seems either his friend or Elizabeth is lying. How do you feel about that? OP says, what would they be lying for, though? Still, I am doubtful of a lot of things at the moment. And then, sometime later, OP makes an update post. He says, a whole lot happened today, so I'll report. I suppose staying chronological would be best, so I'll start with yesterday. Last night, while posting, I got a call from my friend S. And the friend says, I need to talk to you. Can we meet tomorrow? And aka today, the day that now that OP's posted. He said, he told me to bring the photos, and while I don't know his intentions, I agreed. I asked what he wanted to talk about, but he kept saying I can't explain it over the phone. It's going to be troublesome posting about what happened next, so I'll take a break for now, sorry. OP just like, he's like, okay, I'm gonna update you guys. Actually, it's troublesome. Talk to you in a little while.
You could just wait and like, it's like a text. You could just type some of it out and come back to it later. You don't have...
I know.
That's impossible. They don't have phones back at this time, remember?
But like, it's on the computer. You could literally just have the window open, type some stuff in, walk away, take a nap, come back. It's like almost easier if it's not on your phone. Anyway, this guy's crazy.
So, in the interim, while everyone's waiting, someone says, this is getting really horror-esque. And then eventually OP continues. He's like, so, today, I left work and went to the meeting place. Again, it was the pub. I told them S's name at the counter, and they led me to a separate room, and there was someone else there in addition to S, a girl from our seminar called N. While I'm at it, my own initial is T. So we have S, N, and I'm just gonna keep calling OP, because that makes sense to us.
Yeah.
So he walks in, and the new girl, N, smiled. Long time no see, OP. We hadn't met since graduation, so I replied, sure has been. I didn't understand why N was here. We weren't particularly good friends. I didn't even know her number. And then that, like, he has, like, spacing, or, like, time between typing the next post, and people are like, oh, anticipation, like, like the heart beating. Yeah, they're all like, oh my god, what's gonna happen? The conversation continues. OP asks S, so, like, what is this about? S says, first of all, I'm sorry about the other day. OP says, oh, no, it's no problem. So did you tell N about those things? S says, I did. OP says, well, okay. Don't let it spread that I'm crazy or anything, though. And yeah, he's like, anyways, I ditched you and then I told everyone that you're insane.
Yeah. I had to let the word go around.
And says, don't say that. He called me today because he thought I might help. I was silent, not really sure what she meant by being helpful. And says, first, show me the photos you showed S. I took the photos from my bag and gave them to N, the ones with the girl I didn't know, who S had called Hanako Sato. N kept looking through the photos over and over. S and I silently watched her. Finally, N looked up and towards S. Yeah, she's like, intense analysis. She looked up and looked towards S, and she says, it's as I thought. I didn't get it. I was getting fed up. What the hell does that mean? I asked.
Like, boys don't know makeup.
Boys don't know makeup, end of story. She's wearing winged eyeliner.
That's the same girl. Her eyelids are not naturally gold, okay?
Oh, sorry, my girlfriend has gold eyelids. Who are you?
Yeah.
So N asks, so after OP is like, what does this mean? What are you saying? N asks S, can I tell him? And S silently nodded.
That is your
it's time
crazy.
To tell him. It's like an X-File.
N told me, OP, have you ever heard of prosopagnosia, which is a long word? And OP says, yeah, I have. So,
have you though?
Well, he says because someone had explained it in one of the threads earlier and he looked it up on Wikipedia. So prosopagnosia is a condition where you struggle to recognize faces or can't interpret facial expressions and cues.
He's face blind. I knew it.
Okay, but hold on.
Hold on.
So OP says, yeah, I've heard of it, but I don't have that. I can tell faces apart. I mean, I know what your face is, and I thought that N had just been brought to offer me superficial advice from what little she knew. But N went on. You don't have it, OP, but S does.
Oh!
Dun,
Twist!
dun, dun.
Yeah, then there's a few replies going, huh? What? And then OP continues. S says, sorry, I didn't want you to know, which is why I acted like that the other day. OP says, I've never heard that you had it before. You should have just told me. S says, well, I didn't want the rumor spreading that I was crazy either.
It's just you have a condition, bro.
It's so dumb.
And says, long before S was in college, he's had some pretty bad experiences because of it. So I guess he has, has been burned in the past regarding his inability to recognize faces.
He's got some trauma around that.
N handed me the photos and says, so while S wasn't able to, I can tell that the girl in these photos isn't Chiwa, it's someone else. OP says, so why did S tell me she was Chiwa?
Because he's got face blindness.
S says, I remembered those clothes and the pendant that she was wearing. Isn't that one you bought for Chiwa? And OP's like, maybe. Since I didn't have a distinction between Elizabeth and Hanako, it didn't seem too odd that the girl in the photos was wearing that pendant. OP says, or he asks them, then what's up with these photos? Why is a girl I don't know wearing a pendant that I bought? And says maybe it's a fake, made in Photoshop or something. And all too casually presented the possibility. I didn't say anything. Then N pulled something out of her own bag. It was our yearbook. N says, look at this. She flipped through the pages of the yearbook. She turned to the page for our seminar and showed me. There was a photo of the girl I had been calling Elizabeth. Under it, the name said Hanako Sato.
No.
So, OP's like, S, why did you say you didn't recognize some of the Chiwa pictures? And S says, I didn't recognize the clothes, and she had different hair.
Oh my god.
So S is just the, like, worst person to ever ask about if he remembers someone.
Yeah.
So OP's like, then who's the girl in these pictures? And N says, I don't know. And OP's like, who would make fakes anyway? And N says, I told you, I don't know. N picks up a mug. They pick up their drinks. They're like, let's go to Chiwa's house now. We'd better ask her directly.
Yes. That seems to be a really quick fix.
Communication is key.
Egged on by N to finish our drinks, I emptied my glass. Before leaving the restaurant, I asked them, incidentally, are you two dating? Yes, since we graduated. Yes. So
Yes.
that's why she knows all this stuff about S. There's more comments, people being like, oh, rapid developments, the climax is approaching. LP says, S, N, and I headed for Chiwa's apartment. We called to make sure she was in. Chiwa was surprised at being visited by several former classmates, but she let us right in. N says, it's been a while, Chiwa. Chiwa's like, you haven't changed, N. And, S, was it? S says, we didn't talk much, figures you might forget my name. So, S is not put off by the fact that she doesn't remember him. Clearly they weren't that close in the first place. Chiwa appeared to look at S and then remember his name. It was possible she only remembered it from when I told her the other day.
She might be lying still.
Could be making it up. OP says, I know this is weird, but can you show us your license?
Can I see?
Oh my god.
She was like, huh? Why? OP says, there's just something we want to check. Like,
Oh
3
my
people
God, like
show
a bunch
up,
of people
like,
show up, they're like, let's steal your identity, girl.
Right.
That's too good, that's crazy.
Chiwa's like, well, okay. Chiwa handed us her license. It said Hanako Sato on it.
Just ask her. Just watch she's going by Elizabeth.
Could have solved all
Yeah,
this
everyone, there's some replies, people are like, what the, Elizabeth vanished? Question mark?
So who was Elizabeth?
Yeah. OP says, so it is Hanako Sato, and she was like, well, of course it is.
Duh.
OP says, the other day I asked you if your name was Hanako Sato, and you said, what are you saying? And Chiwa responds, yes, I did, because I had no idea why you were asking me my name after dating for 5 years.
Yeah, valid.
OP's like, then why did you write Elizabeth Ijuin on that marriage form? And Chiwa's like, huh? What?
I knew it!
What?
She's like, I never wrote it.
I showed Chiwa the form. I had it in my bag along with the photos. The form had my name, as well as the name Elizabeth Ijuin. Chiwa says, I don't have any idea when she looks at it. OP says, I wrote my name, gave it to you, and you gave it back to me. Chiwa says, didn't you give me an envelope with a blank form in it? And OP says, that can't be right. Chiwa says, I just wrote my name and sent it back in the envelope. So N chimes in and she's like, was the envelope replaced? And OP says, that couldn't have happened. And says, I think it's more likely than a person being replaced.
Yeah, you just fucked up the envelope, dude.
She asked, did you
a
ever
stalker.
Did you ever show Chiwa the documents with that weird name on them before? OP says, no, I only asked her about it, like, verbally. Still not understanding anything, I talked to Chiwa. OP says, so it's like I thought, your name isn't Elizabeth Ejuin, right? Chiwa's like, absolutely not.
She's like, what the fuck, dude?
She's like,
Why
oh
would
my
you
god,
think
you're such a
that?
fucking idiot.
Yeah.
So OP says, then who is Elizabeth Ejuin?
Your stalker, Avi.
And says, maybe it's the girl in these photos. And held them out. It felt like my heart stopped for a moment. My gut sank and it seemed like the pieces were coming together. Her, this girl, was she, Elizabeth Ejuin? And says, Chiwa, have you seen these photos before? Chiwa responds, I thought they were photos from my trip with OP, but just the faces are different. What's going on?
Photoshop!
Chiwa stepped into a room in the back, which was her bedroom, and brought back a small, thin photo case. She says, I think these are the originals. Chiwa took photos out of the case one by one and compared them with mine side by side. They were exactly the same, only the girl's face was different. The color in the photos I had was a little weaker too. I thought it might be pixelation. OP says, Chiwa, do you know this girl? Chiwa says, nope, I don't know her at all. And says, well, that's fine, right? We finally cleared up OP's confusion.
I mean, that's creepier. Honestly, this is a far stranger situation that all of your photos are wrong for some reason than your girlfriend got switched, which is crazy. I don't know. This is such a weird story. I love it, though.
And smiled, satisfied, as if to say, I'm glad I was helpful. But OP says, not at all. This is not good. I wasn't smiling, because think about it. Someone had replaced the envelopes. How? Someone had replaced my personal photos.
They
How?
work at USPS.
Did they break into my room? Did they break into Chiwa's room? Did they rummage through my bag at some point? And no one knew who. Nobody knew this girl named Elizabeth Ejuin. And the last post of the thread of this entire story says, with that said, I'm in Chiwa's room now. I'm scared to go home. I'm posting from an iPad. I mentioned that I had a hallucination of the girl in the photos yesterday. She was waving at me from a bus window. But maybe it wasn't a hallucination.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It could have been the real
It's your
Elizabeth
stalker.
Ejuin. Radiant smile and all. I don't know what I'm going to do now, but this will be the end of my reports. Thank you for listening to me, everyone. And that's the end of the story.
That's so creepy. I hate that.
Well, like, from the beginning, he's like, I mailed her a marriage form. I'm like, bitch, you live in the same city.
Yeah, like you could just like meet
could just
over,
go over.
coffee and just write it down at one time. But
Why is
busy
it so
people.
formal? Like,
Yeah.
yeah, why is it so formal? It sounds like you never hang out with your own girlfriend who you want to marry.
I mean, some people
and
are
also-
formal though. Like that's just how some people are.
Yeah.
Like I'm blown away because I live like, you know, a non-traditional modern life. But some people are very much like, oh yeah, I've been dating my boyfriend for like 4 years and we don't live together and like blah 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 blah, and I'm like, that's crazy, dude. Like for me personally, I'm like,
Yeah.
nah, moving in is like one of the steps of dating. Some people genuinely never live with the other person. It's all crazy. Some people are real formal. So I get that, but it's still weird that you wouldn't be like, oh, is this your weird signature on this form? Why did you write this name?
Yeah.
Problem immediately fixed. Immediately fixed.
Instead of being like, maybe someone else got my mail, your first jump was, she's been replaced.
Yeah, he just went from like 0 to 1,000. Like 0 to 1,000 right away.
Assume there's like other parts of the marriage form that Because he's like, why would someone like steal it and then pretend to fill it out as if they were going to marry me? Like, if it was stolen, it would just normally be like thrown away or something.
Yeah.
Unless
But
he was a
they
stalker.
I mean, it's
sent
definitely
Or they
back
thought it
to
was
me.
from their future husband.
very cool.
They're like, why did my husband change his name? He should have been sending me the right marriage.
She's like, there's another
Yeah.
lady on a different forum like, my husband's been changed.
Yeah. And everyone's like, it's a copy pasta.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Ugh, so I have to
dramatic.
go to the restroom really quick. So do we want to take a quick break?
Sure.
Team?
I'll go get more water.
We'll be back in like 3 minutes-ish. It'll just be like a really, really quick break. Alrighty-o. Let's put some music on for you guys. And also we're muting ourselves, so. Huzzah!
Everybody loves soup.
And we're back, and we're alive, and we're reading.
Yeah.
Yatta! Okay, I guess I could check the audio real quick to make sure. Yatta! Yeah, you can. Yatta!
Unneeded.
Unmuted, yeah, it's good to make sure. God, it's so embarrassing when you're muted, and then someone's like, hey, you're muted, and you're like, oh, thanks for telling me, I'm gonna die now. Yep. Anyway, after that lovely forum post reading internet drama rendition from Minecraft Roblox lady herself, Java, we all admire your wonderful sign in the background.
Thank you.
We are jumping back to our dear friend Caitlin to read Cemetery Soup, a story from More Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark by Alvin Schwartz.
More spooky stories.
Yeah.
Okay. Cemetery soup. Everybody loves soup.
Soup. It's a cute
On
story.
her way home from the market, the woman took a shortcut through the cemetery. There, sticking up out of the ground, she saw a big bone. That looks like good soup bones. She picked it up and looked it over carefully. This should make him.
What a woman.
She's great. I love her.
This will make a very good soup bone. Wow, I didn't even read that part before I said that, so wow.
Good soup bone.
She said, I think I'll take it home. It's perfect weather for hot soup. When she got home, the first thing she did was start the soup. Into the big pot went water, carrots, green beans, corn, barley, onions, potatoes, a snitch of beef. I don't know what
It's like a little
measurement a snitch is.
It's a little bit.
But it's
Smallest
yeah.
amount.
A snitch.
A snitch.
Snitches get stitches. Remember that, kids. Some salt and pepper and the bone.
Yeah, she's got it all.
She brought it all.
Ready.
Yeah, she brought it all to a boil, then brought it down to a simmer, as is traditional with soup. Yum, she said, sniffing it and tasting it. She really went all in. I can hardly wait till supper. Suddenly, she heard a small voice. Please give back me. Wait, I fucked that up.
You got it. What does it say?
Suddenly, she heard a small voice. It says, "Please give me back my bone." I don't know if it had a British accent, but that's what I imagined. The woman paid no attention. Soon, she heard the voice again.
Like, whatever.
I don't care about that.
Please. The woman was reading the newspaper, and again, she didn't take any notice. In a little while, the voice spoke up once more. It was beginning to sound angry.
You cut out
Your
completely,
mic-
but
your
I know
mic
you're
is
screaming.
totally not registering your scary voice.
Good, it was probably terrible. It said, "Give me back my bone." In a full man voice. No.
Full man voice.
The woman kept on reading the paper. She was apparently deaf. Some people are too impatient, she muttered. Once more the voice spoke. Now it sounded very angry, and it was so loud that the whole house shook. I can't say it loud, otherwise it won't pick up, but I want my bone back! is what it said. The woman reached into the pot, grabbed the bone, and threw it out the window. In a voice just as loud, she shouted, "Take it!" There was an eerie silence, and then the woman heard footsteps scurrying away from the house down the road toward the cemetery. And she got up and served herself some soup.
Wow, she still got the soup in the end.
Yeah.
You know what? That's fair.
It's all coming up
She's
soup lady, dude.
I just wanted some stock.
She's like, bitch,
We
you
should
can
always
wait.
be stealing bones.
I love that story. It's so cute. It's so silly. Also, I kind of want to be like that woman. Like, if I stole a fucking bone from a living creature, and it was like, give
Don't
it
be like
back
that.
to me, and I'm like, shut up, hold on. Like, he's just like, excuse me, sit down,
You
child.
gotta wait your turn.
I want to be that confident with ghosts and spooky things, and also make great soups, you know?
That's true. You do love soup.
I do eat a lot of soup. Okay, so that was Cemetery Soup, and Caitlin is going to read the next story for us, which is The Green Ribbon. Which is from a short stories collection called A Dark, Dark Room, which is also written and collected by Alvin Shorts, but is not part of the Scary Stories to Tell in Dark series. So, continue on.
Okay. The Green Ribbon. Once there was a girl named Jenny. She was like all the other girls, because no girl is ever unique.
I'm like all
Remember
other
that.
girls. She's like the pre-no-log. All log. Just like a
Except
Joe
for
log.
one thing. She always wore a green ribbon around her neck, because that's the only thing that will make you unique girls.
Yeah.
You have to wear ribbons around your neck.
I
in
mean,
various
as
colors.
a woman who wears a ribbon around her neck, I usually am the only woman wearing a
Yeah.
ribbon around my neck, so it does make you stand out.
Wow,
So,
look at you.
this is why I picked
Unique.
this story.
Yep. One day... Oh wait, no. I skipped a sentence. There was a boy named Alfred in her class. Alfred liked Jenny, and Jenny liked Alfred. One day, he asked her, "Why do you wear that ribbon all the time?" I cannot tell you," said Jenny. But Alfred kept asking, "Why do you wear it?" And Jenny would say, "It's not important. Mind your business." Jenny and Alfred grew up and fell in love. One day they got married. I remember this story. After their wedding, Alfred said, "Now that we're married, you must tell me about the green ribbon."
Now that we're married, I waited until
yeah, right.
now to insist.
Yep. You still must wait, said Jenny. "I'll tell you when the right time comes." Years passed. Alfred and Jenny grew old. One day, Jenny became very sick. The doctor told her she was dying. Jenny called Alfred to her side. "Alfred, now I can tell you about the green ribbon. Untie it and you will see why I could not tell you before." Slowly and carefully, Alfred untied the ribbon, and Jenny's head fell off. We need the dramatic sound.
Yeah. Okay, wait, say it again.
Slowly and carefully, Alfred untied the ribbon, and Jenny's head fell off.
Stupid. Then her head fell off. Whoa. Yeah. No, I love that story, and also because there was a rumor about me in middle school that I was wearing a ribbon around my neck because it was keeping my head on, and I got a little like, you guys are crazy, but like a lot of people believed it, and it was really kind of rough to live with.
No one believed it, Elle.
People said it a lot. I got teased about it. So
That doesn't mean they believed
they
it.
believed it enough to spread it. That's what I mean. I don't know if they believed
No,
it, but
there's
they were bullying me
dumbass
about it.
kids.
So that's
Oh
what's
my
up.
God.
That's what's up. That story personally affects me.
Getting bullied by a group of people, and you're like, they actually believed that I was a leprechaun.
No, they believed it enough to be mean. But yeah,
No, they just saw that you wore a ribbon and were like, yeah, that tracks.
that tracks.
Oh
Anyway,
my god. Scary stories that tell in the dark are the best.
scary stories to tell in the dark. Alright, so for the last part of the first part of the stream, I am going to round us off with another story, and this is going to be our last story before we get into our original content section. Wow. Original writings. Okay.
Wow.
But before I get into original stuff, time to go way back. I'm going to read The Telltale Heart, written by Edgar Allan Poe, because it's a freaking great read. Classic, hot
You're
takes...
obsessed with Edgy.
I do love Edgy. Back in middle school, when I was being bullied about wearing a ribbon on my neck, I had this freaking collection of Edgar Allan Poe books I'd rented from the library, and whilst in detention, day after day, because I was also in detention a lot, I would just read Edgar Allan Poe ad nauseum, and it's like a comfort read for me now. But anyway, here's The Telltale Heart by a Mr. Edgar Allan Poe. The Telltale Heart. True! Nervous. Very, very dreadfully nervous I had been and am. But why will you say that I am mad? This disease has sharpened my senses, not destroyed, not dulled them. Above all was the sense of hearing acute. I heard all things in the heaven and in the earth, and I heard many things in hell. How then am I mad? Hearken! And observe how healthily, how calmly I tell you the whole story. It is impossible to say how first the idea entered my brain, but once conceived, it haunted me day and night. Object there was none, passion there was none. I loved the old man. He had never wronged me, he had never given me insult. For his gold I had no desire. I think it was his eye. Yes, it was this. One of his eyes resembled that of a vulture. A pale blue eye with a film over it. Whenever it fell upon me, my blood ran cold. And so by degrees, very gradually, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man, and thus rid myself of the eye forever.
You can't have blue eyes, bro.
It's creepy. It's too creepy. Only one of them, though. Not both. Just one. Now this is the point. You fancy me mad. Madmen know nothing, but you should have seen me. You should have seen how wisely I proceeded, with what caution, with what foresight, with what dissimulation I went to work. I was never kinder to the old man than during the whole week before I killed him. And every night, about midnight, I turned the latch of his door and opened it, oh so gently. And then, when I had made an opening sufficient for my head, I put in a dark lantern, all closed, so that no light shone out, and then I thrust in my head. Oh, you would have laughed to see how cunningly I thrust in! I moved it slowly, very, very slowly, so that I might not disturb the old man's sleep. Thrust it in my head, of course.
Slowly, though.
So slowly! It took me an hour to place my whole head within the opening so far that I could see him as he lay upon his bed. Ha! Would a madman have been so wise as this? And then, when my head was well in the room, I undid the lantern cautiously. Oh, so cautiously. Cautiously, for the hinges creaked. I undid it just so much that a single thin ray fell upon the vulture eye. And as I did this for 7 long nights, every night just at midnight, but I found the eye always closed. And so it was impossible to do the work, for it was not the old man who vexed me, but the evil eye. And every morning, when day broke, I went boldly into the chamber and spoke courageously to him, calling him by a name in hearty tone and inquiring how he had passed the night. So you see, he would have been a very profound old man indeed to suspect that every night, just at 12, I looked in upon him while he slept, just like Elizabeth. Whoever, not Hanako-san, creeping on that guy.
Yeah, the stalker writing equally mad level of an account. I stole the marriage certificate, oh so delicately.
So delicate. And then I replaced, at midnight, every picture he had of his girlfriend. Anyway. Upon the 8th night, I was more than usually cautious in opening the door. A watch's minute hand moves more quickly than did mine. Never before that night had I felt the extent of my own powers, my sagacity. I could scarcely contain my feelings of triumph. To think that there I was, opening the door little by little, and had he not even to dream of my secret deeds or thoughts. I fairly chuckled at the idea, and perhaps he heard me, for he moved on the bed suddenly, as if startled. Now you may think that I drew back, but no! His room was as black as pitch, with the thick darkness, for the shutters were close fastened, through fear of robbers. And so I knew that he could not see the opening of the door, and I kept pushing it on, steadily, steadily. I had my head
What if
in
this
and was
magic
about
eye
to open
could
the
see in the dark?
lantern when my thumb slipped upon the tin fastening, and the old man sprung up in the bed, crying out, "Who's there?" I kept
God.
quite still and said nothing. For a whole hour I did not move a muscle, and in the meantime I did not hear him lie down. He was still sitting up in the bed listening, just as I have done, night after night, hearkening to the death watches in the wall. Presently I heard a slight groan, and I knew it was a groan of mortal terror. It was not a groan of pain or of grief. Oh no, it was the low stifled sound that arises from the bottom of the soul when overcharged with awe. I knew the sound well, with awe.
He's like, this guy's gonna kill me and it'll be so epic. He's such a cool murderer.
Cool murder. I knew the sound well. Many a night, just at midnight, when all the world slept, it has welled up from my own bosom, deepening with its dreadful echo the terrors that distracted me. I say I knew it well. I knew what the old man felt, and pitied him, although I chuckled at heart. I knew that he had been lying awake ever since the first slight noise, when he had turned in the bed. His fears had ever since growing upon him. He had been trying to fancy them causeless, but could not. He had been saying to himself, "It is nothing but the wind in the chimney. It is only a mouse crossing on the floor." Or, "It is merely a cricket which has made a single chirp." Yes, he has been trying to comfort himself with these suppositions. But he had found it all in vain. All in vain, because death, in approaching him, had stalked with his black shadow before him and enveloped the victim. And it was the mournful influence of the unperceived shadow that caused him to feel, although he neither saw nor heard, to feel the presence of my head within the room. When I had waited a long time, very patiently without hearing him lie down, I resolved to open a very, very little crevice in the lantern. So I opened it.
That'd be a bad idea.
This is what he's doing. And so I opened it. You cannot imagine how stealthily, until at length a single dim ray, like the thread of a spider, shot out from the crevice and full upon the vulture eye. It was open, wide open, and I grew furious as I gazed upon it. I saw it with perfect distinctness, all a dull blue with hideous veil over it that chilled the very marrow in my bones. But I could see nothing else of the old man's face or person, for I had directed the ray, as if by instinct, precisely upon that damned spot. And now, have I not told you that what you mistake for madness is but over-acuteness of the senses? Now, I say, there came to my ears a low, dull, quick sound, such as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. And I knew that sound well, too. It was the beating of the old man's heart. It increased my fury, as the beating of a drum stimulates a soldier into courage. But even yet I refrained and kept still. I scarcely breathed. I held the lantern motionless. I tried how steadily I could maintain the ray upon the eye. Meantime, the hellish tattoo of the heart increased. It grew quicker and quicker, and louder every instant. The old man's terror must have been extreme. It grew louder, I say, louder every moment. Do you mark me well? I have told you that I am nervous, so I am. And now, at the dread hour of night, amid the dreadful silence of that old house, so strange a noise has this excited me to uncontrollable terror.
Are you scared yourself?
Yes!
Like, I'm so hyped.
He's so hyped and scared.
Standing
You're
there
like
totally
terrorizing
still.
some old man, and you're like, now I'm scared.
Now I'm scared. Because there's a murder in the house, but the murderer is me.
Yeah, like what?
And yet, for some minutes longer, I refrained and stood still. But the beating grew louder. I thought the heart must burst. And now a new anxiety seized me. The sound would be heard by a neighbor. The old man's hour had come. With a loud yell, I threw open the lantern and leapt into the room. He shrieked once only. In an instant, I dragged him to the floor and pulled the heavy bed over him, then smiled gaily, for to find the deed so far done. But, for many minutes, the heart beat on with a muffled sound. This, however, did not vex me. It would not be heard through the wall. At length, it ceased. The old man was dead. You just threw him on the ground. He died.
You threw it? Well,
Oh,
you
did he put the
suffocated
bed
him with
on
a
top of him?
mattress.
Yeah, he like just throws him on the ground. Bed on the ground.
But like the logic, she's like, someone's gonna hear his heartbeat, so let me jump him, have him scream. The neighbor's not gonna hear that. No, but they'll hear his heartbeat.
His beating was too loud and I had to kill him, okay? You think me mad? Well, I am not a mad, but merely acute of the senses! Are you not listening? Okay, the old man was dead. I had removed the bed and examined the corpse. Yes, he was stone dead. I placed my hand upon the heart and held it there many minutes. There was no pulsation. He was stone dead. His eye would trouble me no more. If you still think me mad, you will think so no longer when I describe the wise precautions I took for the concealment of the body. The night waned and I worked hastily, but in silence. First of all, I dismembered the corpse. I cut off the head and the arms and the legs. I then took up 3 planks from the flooring of the chamber and deposited it all between the scantlings. I then replaced the board so cleverly, so cunningly, that no human eye, not even his, could have detected anything wrong. There was nothing to wash out, no stain of any kind, no blood spot whatsoever. I had been too wary for that. A tub had caught all. Ha ha! When I had made the end of these labors, it was 4 o'clock, still dark as midnight. As the bell sounded the hour, there came a knocking at the street door. I went down to open it with light heart, for what had I now to fear? There entered 3 men who introduced themselves with perfect suavity as officers of the police. A shriek had been heard by a neighbor during the night. Suspicion of foul play had been aroused. Information had been lodged at the police office, and they, the officers, had been deputed to search the premises. I smiled, for what had I to fear? I bade the gentleman welcome. The shriek, I said, was my own in a dream. The old man I mentioned was absent in the country. I took my visitors all over the house. I bade them search well. I led them at length to his chamber. I showed him his treasures, secure, undisturbed. In the enthusiasm of my confidence, I brought the chairs into the room and desired them here to rest from their fatigues, while I myself, in the wild audacity of my perfect triumph, placed my own seat upon the very spot beneath which reposed the corpse of the victim. Fucking serial killer behavior. Straight up.
Like, just fucking sit down. Let's hang out,
It's
police.
it's like
I'm
John
your best
Wayne
friend.
Gacy being like, oh, I hang out with the police every day. Yeah, like, come into my house. There's definitely not people under my fucking porch or whatever. The officers were satisfied. My manner had convinced them. I was singularly at ease. They sat, and while I answered cheerily, they chattered familiar things. But, ere long, I felt myself getting pale and wished them gone. My head ached, and I fancied a ringing in my ears, but still they sat and still chatted. The ringing became more distinct. It continued and became more distinct. I talked more freely to get rid of the feeling, but it continued and gained distinctness, until at length I found that the noise was not within my ears. No doubt I now grew very pale, but I talked more fluently and with a heightened voice, yet the sound increased. And what could I do? It was a low, dull, quick sound, much such as a sound as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I gasped for breath, and yet the officers heard it not. I talked more quickly, more vehemently, but the noise steadily increased. I arose and argued about trifles in a high key and with violent gesticulations, but the noise steadily increased. Why would they not be gone? I paced the floor to and fro with heavy strides, as if excited to fury by the observation of the men. But the noise steadily increased. Oh God, what could I do? I foamed, I raved, I swore. I swung the chair upon which I had been sitting and grated it upon the boards, but the noise arose over all and continuously increased. It grew louder, 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 and still the men shouted pleasantly and smiled. Was it possible they heard not? Almighty God, no! No! They heard! They suspected! They knew! They were making a mockery of my horror. This I thought, and this I think. But anything was better than this agony. Anything was more tolerable than this derision. I could bear those hypocritical smiles no longer. It felt that I must scream or die. And now, again, hark! Louder! 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 Villains! I shrieked. Dissemble no more! I admit the deed! Tear up the planks! Here! Here! It is the beating of his hideous heart! And that's the end of the story.
The cops are just sitting there the whole time like, oh my god.
Yeah, it's just like a guy being like,
lady.
like da, 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 and then he's like, ah! And they're like, whoa. Did you say you just murdered someone?
Yeah.
It's a fucking great story.
She gets up, starts dragging the chair around, like, oh my god!
He's like screaming and getting louder.
And like, oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like, what are you doing?
I know. I love that story so much. It's a classic. 10 out of 10. Good job, Edgar. You wrote a good story.
When we read it in high school, I remember being so upset that he just ruined it at the end.
Yeah, he's perfect serial killing. Like, perfect murder, and then he's like, anyway, I did it. And they're like, oh, I guess you're arrested now. Yeah.
They call the asylum.
Yeah. Alright, so that was all of our prescribed writing. It is time for the the very exciting, this is where it's gonna get a little cringe. A little bit cringy. I'm gonna cringe when I read my own stuff. But we are going to be reading our own original works, and I'm going to quickly change the stream title to Writing Scary Stories. Ew. Alright. So, here we go. Just to give you a brief introduction to what our goals and aspirations were for this whole thing, is that I wrote a series of 7 writing prompts earlier this week. And I gave it to the 3 of us, and I said, just write whatever. Write whatever you want. So these are not necessarily fully formed ideas. It's mostly just to get we wrote enough to get an idea out there. Some of them are more formed than others. And so that's kind of the state. So don't expect us to be reading prose. We don't have prose. It's more like bulleted lists and ideas and maybe a paragraph of description. So that's kind of where we're at. And so we're gonna jump into it. So the first prompt we had to write was to write an urban fantasy setting. And so the full prompt, I'll pull it up, let me move some tabs around on my screen so I can see a bunch of stuff at once. So for the first prompt, it was urban fantasy. Write about a business we'd expect to find in our world, but it's run by some fantasy creature. How does this show in their business, and what kind of creature did you write about? So the first one on here, how do we want to do this, guys? Do we want to just read it as they are, or?
Yeah, just read it in order,
I guess.
Alright, so Caitlin is going to lead us off with her take on urban fantasy. Alright, go.
Okay, so I'll probably give some additional info.
That's totally fine. You can riff as much as you want.
So how I thought of it was what mythological creature could I just plop into modern day society and have them blend in? So
Yeah,
I was
fair.
A nymph, or in Greek mythology, they do those pictures where there's just some girls by a river or somewhere,
Yeah.
or in a forest, and they're just braiding each other's hair,
Yeah, they do
sticking
chilling.
flowers in it, giving each other flower dresses,
Yeah.
that sort of thing. So I was those are usually nymphs of some sorts. So the modern day equivalent of that is a hair salon, or it's more for rich people, but
Yeah.
what's the word for
A spa.
personal shopper?
Oh, okay.
Where they
yeah.
make outfits for you and they just dress you up and they're yep, this is how you go.
Like a stylist.
It's more for rich people. Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much a stylist in all things aesthetic. So that was the whole thing. was that nymphs would be the modern day like stylists. So all stylists in the world are nymphs pretty much. And that like they would own hair salons and like animal grooming places, and they would just make humans and animals look good because they like aesthetic things.
It's pretty good.
So what I wrote about it was that nymphs throughout mortal historical retellings are often depicted sitting around in various groups, styling each other's hair and clothes. As human technology evolved, certain groups of nymphs decided to play with humans and create various salons where they would style humans' hair, clothes, and as if they were dolls. This later branched out to include animals as humans began collecting domesticated animal companions. Humans and animal companions alike can visit these salons to give themselves a nymph makeover. Depending on the extent of the service, humans can come and get various spa treatments before getting their hair washed, cut, styled to a nymph's liking. The salons are often nature-themed, but can have other themes so long as they are aesthetically pleasing to the nymphs working there. To this day, humans believe that the women working at these establishments to be nothing other than super hot ladies who have an eye for beauty and aesthetics.
Yeah.
Their skills are sought after most often by the wealthy, but in certain areas, a couple nymphs will establish a business catering to the masses. These establishments are often located in rural areas.
Yeah, that's cute. I like that idea though.
Yeah, I like that it's like you get it done to how the nymphs want it to be done.
Yeah.
You're like, I wanted like a bob cut or something. They're like, no, you're getting this.
No.
Yeah.
You are the doll. They will do whatever they want with you.
They are Tyra Banks in every
Yeah.
makeover episode of America's Next Top Model. Like, we're giving you a pixie cut.
Exactly.
And they're like, no! They're crying. And they're like, you're gonna look so good. Bleach blonde pixie cut.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love, like, so the thing about urban fantasy that I love as a genre, which is kind of why I wanted to pick this as a prompt, is that it's fun because it's like magical creatures, but almost every urban fantasy has like the secret life, you know, like it's like witches and vampires are with us in the world, but we don't know about them as humans. And so it is very much like, so I like that yours is like, oh, they just look like beautiful, hot Amazon women, but like they are nymphs. They are like a separate thing from us. Like I do like that you included that because it's a fun part of the genre of urban fantasy.
My other idea was a vampire phlebotomist.
Okay, so like I am in a hardcore vampire phase yet again. It comes every couple of years. I get into a hardcore vampire phase, so I'm in one again, and I had a really hard time to not write vampires for every single prompt because I've got vampires on the brain, and I blame Asterion 1000%. But yeah. Okay, so the next prompt is mine, and so I'm just gonna read it and then maybe I'll explain it if there's anything else to explain. So, old bookstore run by wood elves. So they came to the city when it was being settled several generations ago and still have their store in the modern day. It is run by a small family with grandma behind the counter most days as you go in. The daughter started a small cafe inside the store recently, though it offers only strange teas from faraway places. The main part of the room is furnished like someone's home, with mismatched couches and eclectic carpeting. The books they have for sale are old and archaic, and many of them focus on various magical concepts. The elf family has been in the city since its creation, the city's creation, not like Earth starting. Since its creation, important word, but still talk as if they had only just moved from the woods. The youngest in the family is the grandson, and he attends a school nearby, like college-age school. He's reluctant to work the counter or the cafe at the shop, but will do so on occasion. The family lives above the store and are nearly always there, checking in on the business or spending time in the reading room. Though they sell a decent amount of books regularly, Grandma has a mysterious source where she gets different antique books to restock their shelves. The store is called Page and Leaf.
The book Black Market?
Yeah, and so I figured if I were to write a larger story set with these wood elves it would be about where Grandma's getting these mysterious books. That is like my mystery
The
plot
book
hook.
market.
Although, I don't know, maybe she's getting her hair done by the nymphs, so who knows?
Yeah.
Let's just like imagine all of our urban fantasies happening
All the
in the
same
same. Just jam them all in the same story. Alright. Yeah, and that's pretty much it. It's just a cute little idea. I just wanted it to be really, really cozy. And
Yeah,
obviously
it is.
I'm into the library, like, visuals right now, because I've got this background.
Yeah.
I wrote it while sitting in a library, too. So, a library that looks a
Nice.
lot like this library, because that's what my school library looks like. It looks very old.
Looks like Harry Potter.
Yeah, it is, like, got this. It's very pretty, but it looks like a rickety old library. It's kind of cute. Alright, so the next one is by Jaffa.
Okay. So mine is also like cafe kind of based, because that was literally
Yeah.
the first thing I was like, establishment A, cafe. But it's specifically a tea house / cafe run by Nekomata, which I'm realized I'm being like a weeb today, but Nekomata are like ghost spirits in Japan, where it's like in the past it was believed that if a cat gets very old, or if it runs away to live in the mountains, it will become a Nekomata.
Makes
Which-
sense.
Interesting take.
Yeah, I'm like, those are your two options. But
Cat abandoned you for the mountains.
do you know cats become a Nekomata because their tails split, so they have two tails, and that means they're ghosts now. But they can become more powerful. Like, they start off as cats, but then they become like powerful ghosts, and they can cause misfortune and like basically be like a poltergeist, but it's just a cat. But
Yeah,
And,
a cat being a cat.
Yeah, so if you guys were around when I was playing Ghostwire Tokyo, all of the shopkeep merchants in that game are Nekomata. So those little cats that wore the little kimonos and had two tails and floated around and I gave a lot of money to, that's kind of what she's thinking of if you wanted a visual.
Yeah, but on like the wiki page it said like, because of this belief, people would tend to not keep a cat for very long. Like, they would get rid of the cat before it got too
They're
old.
like, "Oh, throw that old
otherwise
thing
it would
out."
start haunting them.
I wish
Or
my
they
cats haunted
would-
me.
Right? Or they would cut the cat's tail off when it was
Oh
a
my
baby.
god!
So it wouldn't be able to split. It wouldn't be a... Yeah, I was like, damn, Japan. But so that was my mythical creature that I thought of. And the description is: in the downtown area of the city, there is an establishment described on its Google Maps page as a modern tea house. The tea house has a front room open to the public that is well decorated and inviting. There are tables and chairs to sit and chat at, a polite barista behind a counter from which you can order a variety of drinks, and a selection of snacks and confections to purchase. On any given day, you can see teens drinking sweetened teas with flavored jellies, enterprising young adults typing away at laptops with coffee close at hand, and elderly patrons slowly savoring hot teas and scones. There also tends to be one or two cats lounging about the area. The cats vary in their age and tolerance of petting from the cafe goers, but as a whole, they don't seem to stay for longer than a day. If one were to visit the tea house every day of the week, they would likely encounter a unique cat each time. Overall, aside from the extensive selection of teas and the rotation of feline guests, it feels like any other cafe. But the uniqueness of the establishment lies behind a set of shoji doors behind the counter, which are like the paper sliding
The
doors.
traditional sliding doors, yeah.
Yeah. The doors lead to a series of meticulously designed tea ceremony rooms, which can be rented out for occasions both professional and social. The atmosphere of the rooms invokes traditional Japanese cultural practices while still expressing individual themes and beauty. However, the rooms seem to always be booked full. Most people who frequent the tea house only know what the ceremony rooms look like through pictures on the establishment's website and whatever fleeting glimpses can be caught through the open and closing of the shoji doors. The cafe portion of the tea house runs later than one would expect, with operating hours from 2 p.m. to midnight. Still, even after the doors are locked for the night, the lights remain on and figures can be seen entering the alleyway next to the shop throughout the night until dawn. And if one were to pay attention to the businesses adjacent to the tea house, it would become evident how the business owners tend to encounter misfortune after misfortune with seemingly no rational explanation. Most people write off the frequent changes in ownership of these storefronts as a result of recent economic struggle, but those with a mind for the supernatural suspect the mysterious tea house may have a hand, or perhaps a paw, involved.
Wow. That's cute.
So, yeah.
It's just
basically-
inflation. It has nothing to do with cats.
Exactly. Yeah, my idea was that they have a tea house for ghosts and other supernatural creatures, but like technically they're still open to the public, but they're like, it's always booked though, humans, you're not allowed in here.
Yeah, like all the
Yeah.
ghosts get to be like, well, go to the ghost party. Like, that's cute.
And then because of the Nekomata nature, everyone around them just experiences misfortune. Even if they're not trying to like curse them, they're like, sorry, this is how I am.
Yeah. No, that's funny. I feel like it's great too because there's always like that one business in like every town or city has like that one business that like the building's constantly like got a new business in it, and everything
Yeah.
else is around it's the same, and you're always like, what's wrong with this location? So it's funny to think that the person
Yeah.
next to you would be causing the other one to be going off. Alrighty, so that was our first prompt, urban fantasy. So we are gonna move on to our, where am I? Second prompt, which is to describe two unlikely characters from any fandom or work in a strange team-up, which I like to call the fanfiction prompt, because it's literally just take something else, they don't belong together, smash them together. And the questions are, who are they, where are they, why do they have to team up? So, looks like we are starting off again with our girl Caitlin. Who is our team up about?
Our purpose is a thing. I'm not good with fanfics.
That's totally okay. I picked
Our
some to
team-
kind of show our range. There's like definitely things I'm more comfortable with and things I was less comfortable with. So that's why we're writing exercises for us.
The team up. I didn't even think of it as a team up. I think I only read the first sentence.
That's
I
fine.
didn't read the rest of it.
It's 2 sentences. You should have
but-
read it, but that's okay.
Yeah, the classic. Failed the assignment because I only read the first one.
That's fine. I'm the only friend
my
who will
team
give
up-
you homework, and I'll grade you.
I
You get
guess.
A for effort.
Okay. My team up technically, I guess, is Barney the dinosaur and Mickey Mouse. And I guess where they are, they're gonna be in a bar, lamenting how much they hate children. And why do they have to team up to overcome children and how horrible they are? I guess is the gist.
Okay, that's excellent. Please continue, my friend.
It's so short. It's so
That's
short. I was like,
fine.
I can't even do this.
Mine
But
are real
the
short, too.
setting,
Oh my god.
the setting is Barney, the purple dinosaur, downed another double shot of whiskey, as he leaned back, sighing in his chair. He was so sick of the kids, sick of the cameras, and sick of pretending to be nice all the time. However, if he let his true feelings show, his career would be over. You can't have a purple dinosaur that's mean to children. Who would ever hire a kid-hating dinosaur?
Yeah. who would?
He thought about how he should have listened to his mother and been a lawyer after all. At least then he would be able to pick a specialty that didn't involve kids. Distantly, Barney heard the bar door open and shoe squeaks come his way. As the chair next to him was pulled out, he glanced over to behold the mouse.
The mouse. Dang it.
Everyone knew Mickey. Right now, Mickey looked to be on his last leg. He asked for a triple of Grey Goose. chugged it once presented. Barney inquired, had a rough day? And Mickey replied, every day is rough when you deal with brats all day. Over the decades, I thought this job would get easier, but I think it has only gotten worse. And that was as far as I got. I was like, I don't even know where to go from here.
You know, that's great. That's really good. Yeah.
You
Holy
sound like
shit.
you're in pain.
I'm trying really hard to not laugh through the whole thing because it's really funny.
Yeah, I'd rather you laugh.
Really funny. I'm trying not to laugh to seem a little bit professional on stream because it's just
We're not
the
professionals.
fact. No, but like the fact that the reason I'm laughing is because they're kids' cartoon characters drinking in a bar,
Yeah.
and I think that's hilarious.
Yeah.
But I'm trying not to seem immature.
No, we're immature.
But no, this is really good though. I have to say, I like the fucking first paragraph, which is most of it. But like, I just love that there's all this introspection about Barney and his fucking like, God, I hate the cameras. I hate this. I should listen to my mom. Like, there is a lot of exposition and character building in that first like 4 sentences. I love it. I love that Mickey Mouse is there. It's really, you know, there is a lot in here. It's really good. I didn't really write prose. This is very prose. I didn't write prose for mine, so I'm like, damn, I should have wrote prose. But so it's good, and I love it. So top notch. Good job. A for effort.
Oh my god.
That's great.
Yeah, I was like,
love it.
what are characters that I know that like are kind of in the same genre? And when I was a kid, my grandma always had like the Barney movies.
Okay.
There was like
yeah.
a movie about Barney and a rainbow egg,
Oh.
and that's what I thought. And I was like, what other kids cartoon is there? Mickey Mouse.
That's
It'd
good.
be hilarious if he hated everyone.
Yeah. No, it's like behind the mask for both of them.
Yeah.
I like the idea that Barney could have been a lawyer.
Yeah.
That was his
Zorro.
choice. Yeah. Like,
Yeah.
But it's a possibility.
Should have been a lawyer.
it's great. Oh my god. So, I'm up next, and I wrote 2 because the first one was like, I think it's really, I love it, but it's really niche because it's a Final Fantasy 16 Red Dead Redemption 2 crossover, which again, like those 2 games came out like a decade with them in between almost, not really, but like maybe, I don't know. I remember when Red Dead 2 came out, but there's like a long time between those games. They're both very long and of very different genres, so I'm not expecting everyone to know everything about Final Fantasy 16 and Red Dead 2. But that was the first one. And then the second
I was like, who are these people?
Yeah, I'm like, it's funny if you get it. So I wrote a second one that's a little more, if you watch the stream, if you watch my streams anyway, you'll probably get the second one because I think it's more general. But let's read the first one. I'll go to the second one. Second one, I'm not going to tell you what happens until I read the whole thing because it's a funny reveal. Okay, so the first one. So cringe. This is the cringing part. Clive Rosfield wakes up in a strange barren land with all of his companions missing. He quickly recovers and attempts to assess his surroundings to no avail. Where is he? Some sort of forest, it looks like. He replaces his sword on his back and begins to look around. Torgal would find him were he here. He walks aimlessly as the sun sets, before he sees a man on horseback approaching. Attempting to cover the brand on his face, he calls out to the figure. Well, who's asking? Comes the gruff reply. It is none other than Arthur Morgan of the Vanderlyn gang. So stupid. Okay, it's none other than Arthur Morgan of the Vanderlyn gang. Realizing that this man must be from a very strange place, the 2 outlaws team up to see how much of Valisthea has come to 1800s America and attempt to get Clive back home. He's like, E.T. Okay. Upon taking Clive back to the camp, Dutch takes a keen interest in Clive's magical world, but to what end? And then I wrote, I want to see these 2 be outlaws together because that's dumb, lol.
It's perfect.
So,
It makes so much sense.
yeah, if you don't know about either of these characters, so Final Fantasy 16, Clive is the main guy in that game, and he is considered an outlaw. They say it so much in the dialogue. There was like, he's an outlaw. We're outlaws. But like, it just feels silly to me because I was playing Red Dead 2 at the same time as a replay, and they're also outlaws, but like actual highwaymen, bandits from 1800s United States. And so just playing the two outlaw games, I thought it was funny because one's very high fantasy magic and one's very grounded realism historical. So it'd be great if they teamed up. I could write a whole fanfiction about that. But anyway, there's some water creation.
Add to the list.
Here's my
Did you
second.
drink water.
I'll drink it now.
Post redeemed it just for
Oh
you,
yeah,
I bet.
special for Catelyn.
I bet.
All right. So here's my second one, and this is my favorite one. I'm gonna laugh the whole time. Bilbo Baggins wakes up suddenly from a frightful sleep. He is not in his comfortable hobbit hole in Bag End, but rather in a strange sort of pod? It does seem quite broken, and he takes great care when removing himself from it. This place he finds himself seems to have been ransacked, or rather destroyed by some force or other. But look! Bilbo can see some greenery beyond a broken wall, and quickly takes his leave of this strange, fleshy place. Our poor Bilbo looks around, but does not recognize this place at all. "And what part of the Shire do I find myself now?" he asks aloud, thoroughly dismayed. "Shire? This is no Shire," he gets in reply, and suddenly he notices a tall woman standing far above him, with dark hair brought back into a braid, decorated with chain, and covered in shining armor. "Not the Shire? Then where do I find myself then, miss?" "Shadowheart, and if I'm not quite sure, it'd probably be best if we stick together for now. I do recognize you from the Nautiloid ship." "Nautiloid? What on earth are you talking about?" The two travel along while Shadowheart explains to him what happened to them. "Oh dear, this tadpole, as you call it, sounds utterly dreadful. Maybe Gandalf would know what to do." They travel around and find a few others affected by the tadpole. A Githyanki Lae'zel. Okay. A Githyanki Lae'zel, a wizard Gale, and an elf Astarion. Bilbo doesn't think too highly of any of them.
Wow, Bilbo, you're also racist.
And this Gale calls himself a wizard, but doesn't even know Gandalf. He may have had a rough time of it traveling with the dwarves to the Misty Mountains, but at least the dwarves got along. Bilbo feels as though this is going to be a long, unexpected journey.
Like, I'm tired of this.
It's Baldur's Gate 3 with Bilbo Baggins in it. Did you get the reference?
Yes.
I wrote this and I was laughing so hard. I just, to think of sweet Bilbo in, like, the, like, profanity-ridden, sexy times, Baldur's Gate 3, just having to, like, deal with that is so funny to me. Oh my god.
Right, they're just like saying the most outrageous stuff, and he's like, "My goodness, where
Also, I would love for Gandalf to show up, and then they're just like on a different
my
Bilbo and
God.
Gandalf on a different plane of existence from literally everyone else. Like,
Yeah.
they're like speaking in oldie English, and like, it would be great.
Oh my! When the wizard from the Gale's tower
Yeah.
shows up, and that's when I saw him. I was like, Gandalf?
I was also like, a wizard, Gandalf, but he's like red. But there's a red wizard on the council, I think. We don't talk about him.
Yeah,
Like the two
how
blue
it's
ones we don't
Gandalf.
talk about. Alright, so the next part for the unlikely team up prompt is Evelyn. And I'm excited for her to read this to you. And I'll say nothing else.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just read it. I went insane momentarily when I wrote this, just a warning.
These are all so good.
I thought that was like your first sentence, and I was like, end of story. I went insane.
Okay. Tyra Banks, well-known fictional character.
Well-established lore, Tyra Banks.
Tyra Banks only has 4 weeks to turn Frankenstein's monster from grotesque to gorgeous. First, she has to give him a makeover, clean up that patchwork skin with some CoverGirl foundation and contour, make his sunken eyes rise from the dead with some smoky eye makeup and bold mascara, and most important of all, give him a brand new hairstyle. A black medium-length pixie cut with white highlights tousled to shaggy perfection. The costuming team then tosses the old, ragged clothes and adorns his elegant stature with the latest trends in French fashion. Once the look is finished, it's time to teach him how to walk the walk. Hours of intensive runway walk training, courtesy of Miss J, keeps Frankenstein's monster on his toes. Literally, those 10-inch heels could catch a revivifying electric bolt any day, no lightning rod needed. After mastering a signature walk, it's on to posing. And luckily, the camera loves Frankenstein's monster. With just a few tips and feedback from Tyra and Mr. J, Frankenstein's monster is dominating the set with his hauntingly fabulous looks. So editorial. Just don't get too hoochie there.
Yeah.
He may have been brought to life through means most unholy, but Lord Jesus bless this reanimated man with the perfect modeling skills to win America's Next Top Model.
Wanna be on top? Wanna be on top?
I have a horrible pun.
Yes.
Okay.
Say it. This is the time.
Maybe he was made with it. Maybe it's Maybelline.
Yeah.
These are all so great. This is such a dumb prompt idea because they're all so silly. They're all so insane.
Yeah.
I love it though. I just love Frankenstein being on America's Next Top Model.
Yeah.
Also, I like the idea that Tyra Banks is like throwing the competition, like she's helping Frankenstein's monster win.
She's like,
Tyra,
that's her
you're
like
running this
inside man. Yeah.
You can't do this.
Yeah. I also love it, because as some of you may know, Evelyn and I, or Jaffa and I, whatever your internet name is, Jaffa and I were recently at a convention a couple months ago called Final Fantasy XIV Fan Fest in Las Vegas, and we were in a cosplay contest for that, and we were cosplaying for like many weeks, like a couple weeks hardcore right before, because as always, time got out of hand. And the entire time we were cosplaying, we were doing like 16-hour days. We were doing crazy hours of like cosplay. We watched America's Next Top Model like nonstop, like so much America's Next Top Model. And so that is the coolest thing ever. Also, dude, rewatch that in the modern day and just be amazed by beauty standards of like 2005. It was kind of crazy.
Yeah.
It was very narrow.
Yeah.
Very narrow. Like, oh my god. Okay.
Wanna be on top?
Wanna be on top. Psh. But anyway, we are brought to writing prompt 3, which is a magical school that is the setting of a young adult series of books. Bonus points. Describe who the main character in your story would be. So this is, extra fun. Every YA, not really every YA, but lots of YA stories involve magical schools or some sort of organizational system, like districts or factions or, I don't know, bloodlines, I'm sure. Some sort of weird thing. And so I figured it would be really fun to see, like, all of us attempt that. And so we are, we're in Cinna's element. We are indeed. And she's
That's all I read.
kicking us off. Yeah, she's the YA queen. You're the queen of the young adults. The worst group of people
No,
to be
I
queen
feel
over,
like-
but
I don't know. I feel like the genre is like badly named because when like the YA is anywhere from like 16 to like 25.
yeah, it's a huge gap.
And
Like, a
that's
huge range.
it's such a gap. I think the young adult should just be like 16 to 20.
20, yeah, like
And
that.
then-
You're like late teens.
I'm like,
It should be
Yeah,
called
like,
late
if this-
teen novels and not young
Right.
adult novels.
if this book is catered towards someone in their early 20s, it should not be called young adult. But I digress.
Yeah, although when I think of myself being like 22, I'm like, no, I was a young adult. Like, I was a baby. That's too young. What was I doing?
Yeah.
I frequently think back to things I was doing many years ago, and I was like, why was I doing that at that age? That's crazy. Who let me do that?
Yeah.
18 is a little
okay.
young to be considered an adult. I'll just say that. from what I
Yeah.
did when I was 18.
It's not like you do anything bad.
No, but like there are things I'm like, that's crazy. Okay, anyway. Tell us about your magical school, my friend.
Oh my god. Okay, so I wrote it really badly.
That's totally fine.
So I'll probably just
You can just take us
not
through it
read it
verbally
word
as
for word.
much as possible. You don't have to
Yeah.
read it, yeah. I'm ready to go on an
Okay.
adventure.
Essentially, the background is that it's like the same type of world, right, that we currently have, except that there's like a spirit in everything. There's like a metaphysical energy that all things have in the world. And in this world, throughout, like, from the dawn of time,
Oh, okay.
if you did interesting shit that you were, like, sincere about, spirits could grant you powers.
Okay.
But it's not that to the extent that spirits are, like, sort of like knowing beings. They're not like
They're
deities.
not gods. They're just like
Yeah.
magical.
Yeah, they're like magical, and they don't really have like a will other than like finding things interesting. And in this world, like the like linchpin is that you have to be sincere in wanting to do something. And that like is the same for like good, bad, and everything in between. So, example would be like if a human was just like really into gardening as a hobby. They just like to garden.
Mm-hmm.
If they were like trying to do cool stuff with gardening, a nature spirit would be like, here's some extra power juice to use. But and like the powers that you could get would be like anything you could imagine that were like related to what you were doing. And of course, like eventually humans started to pick up that this was a thing. And then when they realized that it was a thing that you could get like powers from spirits, of course, powerful people were like, I want to get the good powers. I want to get the powerful, like influential powers from these spirits. But they couldn't because the spirits won't give you power just because you want it.
Ooh.
Or just because you do things for the express intent to get that power.
What if you were like really passionate about murder?
Then you would get murder power, but it has
good.
to not be with the intent to receive a murder power.
You just have to
be passionate
love
about
murder. You just have to be like,
Yes, exactly.
I love
That's what I'm
taking the
saying.
life of other people, and then that's like
Yeah.
a murder spirit's like, I see you.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm like, it could be like a physical thing, or it could be like an idea.
Okay, yeah.
That's like you get powers for literally anything because the spirits are in everything. And so the like school aspect of that is that the more interesting you are to the spirits, the more you have a chance of getting invited to what they call Spirit Academy in America.
Yeah, America. US of A.
Because I'm American.
Yeah.
I'm not going to think of some other language to call
Believe it or not, I'm also American. So I'm with you there, buddy.
Interesting. Yeah, so Spirit Academy, where it's just that you have to be interesting enough to spirits to get like a magical key, not really a key, but like you get led into a Spirit Academy.
Mm-hmm.
And at that school, it's just taking your powers and then using them in like new and interesting ways that you wouldn't otherwise have thought that you could use them.
Okay.
And then typically, because you get powers by being interesting to spirits, the people that are more likely to get into the school are people that have like multiple powers from multiple spirits. And I did a main character.
Yeah.
I only got a name.
That's fine. I didn't even name mine, so.
Valerie Greenbow is her name.
Yeah.
She's an art student with an emphasis in multimedia forms.
That's like a very real major. Okay.
Yeah, she's just an art student. She likes art,
Yeah.
but she likes using like actual things in her art. So, and then also the powers are called sparks.
Okay, yeah.
And she like did an art piece and used a bunch of different multimedia, and so she got multiple powers from spirits because she was like putting them all together in a cool art piece.
Nice.
She gets invited to the school, of course. And then that was like as far as I got on that point.
That's
And
fine.
then I was like, okay, every story has to have an antagonist. And that is obviously the capitalistic upper class people
Yeah.
at the academy
It
that are
makes
like,
sense that you'd blame capitalism. Or not blame capitalism,
Yeah.
but you would explicitly call them out because that's something you do on a daily basis. Almost every conversation we have.
capitalism is the enemy, you guys. Remember that. Yeah, so it's like that would be the premise, is that she's just like, I'm doing art.
So she's like a free
And,
spirit, kind of.
yeah,
like,
she's a free spirit.
creative
That's why
type.
she's interesting.
Yeah.
And other people are like, no, you need like power. You have a bunch of power. You need to use it for like your own benefit and nonsense. And she's like, I just want to do art, man. She's pretty hippie
Paint,
dippy.
bro. Multimedia shit, dude. That's cool. I like it.
That was that.
Yeah, I like that you have like silly lingo, like sparks, because I feel like that is another staple of the YA genre, is renaming something we all have an actual word for, but calling it something stupid, especially if it's another English word that means something different.
Yep.
It's a staple of the genre, but I love it. I'm calling it out like it's a joke, but it is a fun part of it. And I also did the same thing. But yeah. Anything else you wanted to add?
Yeah.
I like the world a lot. It's very fun.
Yeah, I like that it's still regular Earth, but plus this other stuff. And not just like, okay, imagine if like all this stuff existed that doesn't really exist. You're like, Earth, but with magic.
Yeah, it's like, because the powers aren't like anything too crazy. Usually it's like, oh, you can grow things a little bit faster if you like are like a gardener, or if you're like a surfer, you could like stay on your board longer. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just like dumb little things, but that's why the school is like for being able to like take your powers and then use them in ways that you didn't think you could.
Yeah, for sure.
Because most of the powers are like mundane nonsense.
Yeah. All right.
But yeah, that's it.
Great. Moving on, our next one is written by Jaffa. What have you got? Where are we going to school next?
We're going to school in 2 places. I made 2 schools. I don't know why.
She gets an A+.
Extra school for you.
I'll just read it. I wrote it in like kind of a way that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
There are a set of sister schools, one located deep under the sea, servicing the local mermaid population, and the other nested high atop mountain peaks for the winged humanoids known as avians. And I imagine them, for the sake of YA-ness, they're just like people with bird wings. They don't have like freaky bird features, like a bird face or clawed feet. They're just
they just like,
they
I'm
just
an
look
angel
like
kind
angels.
Yeah, the angels.
They're like pigeon wings.
Yeah, there's more variety in the wings because it's just any bird. You could be a toucan bird person, you could be a pigeon, you could be a hawk.
It'd be so sad to be like, I'm a city pigeon. I'm from New York and I'm a pigeon.
Okay.
What about a penguin? You'd be like, I'm a flightless bird.
yeah, it could be. Poor penguins, or like emu avians.
Oh my god, yeah.
The ostriches and the penguins all have to go to like a ground version.
I just feel like the penguin people probably would have, or maybe they would be okay because they're like in the South Pole or wherever penguins are, but like emu people in Australia would be like hunted by the Aboriginal people.
Yeah.
Monsters, kill. But if you can fly, you'll be safe. Okay, although the 2 student bodies are quite literally living in opposite worlds, the administration hopes this allegiance between the schools will expand the students' worldview and encourage peaceful relations between the new generations of these traditionally feuding groups. Originally a mermaid-only, now unisex, originally a female-only, now unisex school, the Mermaid School reflects their elitist society in that curriculum is heavily focused on mermaid history, social class, and etiquette, One might compare this mermaid school to a private academy accessible only to the wealthiest of families. There's a great emphasis placed on the importance of the nobility and royalty of their society, although those without noble blood can still attend by paying an exuberant tuition. Merfolk in the area who do not have the social prestige or wealth to attend the school are generally uneducated laborers or are trained in a specific trade through an apprenticeship. Many wonder how the stern headmistress, who is the foremost upholder of the school's noble pride, managed to make contact with the avians in the first place. In
You sent a
stark...
carrier pigeon?
Yeah, exactly. She's like, I got a guy on the inside. In stark contrast to their aquatic partners, the avian school is a conglomeration of youths of all ages and class. Avians are, one might say, free as a bird.
Well.
While this lifestyle comes with many benefits to their personal freedoms and happiness, it means that for most of organized avian history, there were no established educational institutions. Some avians who wished for themselves or their children to learn sciences and arts for the betterment of their communities would try to disguise themselves and sneak into human schools. And I imagine, like, in this world where magical stuff is real, you can, like, make a potion that hides your wings or something, but it's, like, temporary.
Yeah.
Or other magical thing. They're like, oh, I'm wearing a cloak that makes me look like a person and not a winged creature, but if you were to bump into me, you would realize.
Yeah, like an imperfect masking, kind of.
Right, yeah. Prestidigitation only. However, the risk of suspension and exile from human societies is great, and the consequences of discovery are usually fatal to both the individual as well as any avians living nearby. So, a group of avians with a passion for education founded the very first Avian Academy with the support of their sister school. Though many do not know which of the founders was the one to have such a connection with the mermaid headmistress. Since the powerful wings of avians make them capable of traveling far distances, avians from hundreds of miles away come to board and attend this one-of-a-kind academy. The school hosts a range of students from youngins. Just like, why did I write that? From youngins just learning to fly, to rebellious teenage troublemakers, to fully matured adults pursuing advanced studies in their field of choice. As such, the curriculum varies widely across the many classes the school has available to offer. Generally, the youngest students are taught basic reading, writing, science, and history. By the time they are teens, some students are satisfied with their education and return home, while those who choose to stay are able to pick which classes they would like to attend, thus giving them the chance to pursue topics of greater interest to them. Then by adulthood, still some few students choose to continue their studies in depth, and usually end up teaching a few classes of their own. Classes run from spring to fall, and most students migrate home, or to the warmer climates where their families have gone for the winter.
Yeah, migration.
Yeah, I was like, they still migrate, they're still birds. At the end of summer, when the weather is still warm enough for the avians but cool enough for the mermaids, a few of the teenage classes from both schools are selected to attend a cultural exchange seminar at a magical alcove where land meets sea. The students chosen for this are generally the most academically gifted, although those who are outstanding in other aspects are known to have been invited as well. And I imagine that would be the opportunity to have like a sports tournament, and that would also necessitate me thinking of a sport that can be played by both mermaids and flying humans.
Yeah, you have to come up with
volleyball.
your Quidditch equivalent,
Yeah.
some ridiculous sport that they play.
Water volleyball.
Like, yeah, like water polo, but also some of the people are flying.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it'd be a good exercise in madness to invent a fake sport for fake people.
Yeah. Many have tried.
Okay. Then I have main character info. She's a girl who was living a normal human life in sunny San Diego.
Woo! Shout out to California.
I know. But she's not your typical beach blonde bimbo.
I was dying when I read that you wrote beach blonde bimbo.
I know.
Top-notch writing.
Gotta be... I was thinking of Kristen Stewart, honestly.
I was thinking of Kristen Yeah.
She's or Bella Swan, I guess.
She's
is
not
her
like other girls.
fake name.
Yeah.
I'm from the desert, but I like dark things, and I want to be cold. I don't know.
Wanna be cold.
Bit of a killer, Bella.
Alright.
Okay, main character. Her whole life, she's hated getting into water due to a near drowning incident when she was
Wow.
3. So she's avoided swimming like her life depends on it. Now, in her 16th year, she finds herself on a mandatory school field trip to the beach. She tried to get out of it, but considering that she'll be moving states at the end of the year, her adoptive, single-parent dad strongly encouraged her to make the most of her last field trip with her friends. She begrudgingly agreed. But who would have guessed that while standing on the chalky cliffs overlooking the sea, the edges would suddenly give out, and main character would find herself staring up into the empty blue sky as she plummeted to the cold depths below. If only I could fly, were her last thoughts before she plunged below the surface of the water.
Yeah. Inciting incident.
And then she turned into a mermaid.
Yeah, so I was like, I need to stop writing so much, so I started doing bullet points instead, and the general events at the beginning are that she falls in the water, she thinks she's died, opens her eyes, realizes she's not dead, she looks around and discovers that she's way deeper in the sea than she should have been able to go from falling off of a cliff. And just now does she realize that she's breathing and swimming just fine. She looks down. No legs, just tail. She's a mermaid.
No legs, just tail. She's a mermaid.
She thinks, maybe I am dying after all, and this is my coma dream.
You know, fair.
Suddenly, a mysterious voice calls to her. It's comforting, and she follows it instinctually. As she swims to where the voice tells her, she sees the beautiful ocean scenery and loves it. She feels at home. After a while, she sees what looks like a small settlement in the distance. The voice trails away, and main character feels sorrow well up in her chest at the loss of this voice. While on the verge of tears from both the sorrow and the overwhelming nature of the situation she's suddenly found herself in, the bad boy love interest ambushes her and holds a blade up to her throat.
It's a classic
He demands...
opener. We all love
He
it.
demands to know who she is and why she's here. She doesn't know what to say and just cries. Merboy is like, what the fuck? And lets her know. And then it keeps going from there.
He's a really bad guard.
It's like, this is too much. But anyways, later in book 2 or 3, she finds out that she's also an avian. I don't know why I wrote this, there would be a gruesome scene of wings ripping themselves out of her back after a different gruesome scene of her undergoing the mermaid torture that forced her other powers to emerge. Actually, she's a special third race, but that's a secret for now.
Yeah, I love that you were like, I want her to be an alien too, but also she has to have a terrible, gruesome, bloody torture sequence happen for this to occur. You're like, this is important to my vision. Which is fair, I get those too sometimes. You're just like, this weird thing needs to happen.
Yeah, I would write the kind of YA novel that would be banned from schools because it's too graphic. And they're like, you can't have children reading this. And I'm like, no, you don't understand.
You don't understand. The mermaid torture is very important to the plot. I cannot cut it.
Suffering brings growth.
Exactly. Okay,
You can
and
only
then
grow if you suffer.
I wrote out her love interests, and there's a lot of them. So obviously the first one is the bad boy merman. He is poor and desperate for money. He's not a noble like all the other noble mermaids. He's poor. But he takes care of her when she first stumbles into mermaid world. He has a tragic backstory and is rough on the outside, but has a vulnerable side that only she can bring out.
Oh yeah.
That's the one I go for in the dating sim.
I know, right?
I love the bad boys.
That's so good. But it's never the one they end up with.
No, it's never as
Oh my god.
sad.
The second one is the literal mermaid prince, who she meets when she starts attending mermaid school. Parentheses, she attends because a Hagrid-like character shows up and is like, hey, you're actually a long-lost noble, please come with me to my mermaid school.
Your dad was actually a fisherman that stole you from the sea.
The prince is rumored to be snobbish and spoiled, and also Bad Boy Merman hates him, but actually she discovers that the prince is really nice and is just trying his best to be a leader. He falls for her because she's the first girl to treat him like a normal person and not care about his rank, because she's literally not from this society, so she's like,
She just
"You're just a
doesn't
guy."
get
And
it.
he's like,
Yeah.
nobody's ever said that to me.
Yeah, it's a classic.
Number 3, all caps, avian boy. He's a fucking free spirit, no worries. He Aladdin-style magic carpet rides her.
Oh my god.
Aladdin-style magic carpet rides her.
He's
What a turn of phrase.
I know.
He's the most one-dimensional character out of all of them, but he's so lovable and dependable, and he has a big family with lots of little baby birds running around and
Baby
home
birds.
cooking from his mom and aunts. He is the cozy option.
He's the cozy option. I love it though.
We're just putting them in genres.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta, if you have like a plethora of love interests, they all have to be like distinct from each other in a way, so it doesn't feel like you could pick any of them and it'd be the same. You gotta have the cozy option.
The last one is a villain, the villain, and I said literally Kylo Ren, so I hope that explains it.
Literally Kylo.
He seems like the big bad at first, but turns out he's just working for, parentheses, being used by, the actual big bad. Also, he's way older than her, because that has to happen in every YA novel.
Yep.
He's the character who undergoes the most emotional growth and character development in the entire story. Also, at the time I didn't know what race he is. I have decided now that he's a human pirate.
Yeah, pirates.
So that was all I wrote.
That's a lot though. There's a lot of world building in there.
I know.
There's a lot of characters. Like, from your story, I know exactly where it's set. I know many. I can name 3 characters. Like, it's a pretty good intro to a magical school YA series of novels that I would genuinely read. If you wrote those, I would read them.
Right.
Just for fun, how many books do you
writing.
think would be in the story?
3 or 4. Because
Yeah.
it's like one book's about the mermaid school, one book's about the avian school, a third book that's like a side conflict that you think is the main end conflict, but actually at the very end you're like, oh my god, there's this bigger plot and we need to solve it. And then a 4th book of the actual resolution.
That's good.
But yeah, I love writing exposition. I'm like, I'll think of a backstory for anything. I'll think of an entire racial backstory, entire planet's backstory. I'll do anything. And then it's like, okay, now write in a narrative
Write
style.
the actual
like,
story.
I'm gonna kill myself.
You know who else was like that? Freaking Tolkien. Oh my god. Like, the fact that he's like, Elvish is a real language and I made it up. But then you read Lord of the Rings and you're like, okay, you're getting distracted by telling me about the mountains, though. We should be telling me about what these hobbits is doing right now.
Right.
So, I get that. It's also fun to make up exposition, I think. Okay, so the last one in this writing prompt is me. And I also wrote a lot, so here we go. My magical school YA series of books is also, okay, I just want to let you know, mine feels a little bit different in tone. It's a little serious. Like, I was gonna make it really light, because I'd like to think of YA as, like, light reads. This got very serious very quickly, so I don't know what happened. But, anyway, here's the hook. We entered the tower many years ago. Some stay seemingly their whole lives, while others are only seen for a moment. No one contacts the outside world, and no one comes back once they leave. The highest levels are for those of a higher rank, and if there's one thing we would all fight for in this tower, it would be the honor and glory of ascending the ranks. Life in the tower can be intense and cutthroat, but surely it's better than disappearing. No one remembers their life from before, assuming they had one, and so no one is sure that there even is an outside. So.
Very Tower of God.
So scary.
Yeah, it's very intense. I was like, this is a great idea, but not fluffy, not light. I was gonna make it light and fluffy. This is my attempt
Now
at
you
light
have to
fluffy.
write it so we can read it, Elle.
I know. Okay,
it's
yeah.
the most interesting.
If I get 20 subs on my stream, I will write a full 3-series trilogy of this story.
You already have 20 subs, don't
Not right now, I have 5.
you? Okay, I will.
No,
do
it's not
15
from
more.
Caitlin. That doesn't count. If you get subs from Caitlin, that doesn't count towards the write a YA
don't.
series
I got
story. Caitlin's
Yeah.
like, bitch, I'm gonna do it
Yeah.
right now. No, Caitlin cannot buy her way into a YA
I will
story.
anonymously gift 15 subs. You will never know.
Oh my god. But anyway, here's what I wrote. I'm gonna just like pretty much read what I wrote, and if it's like exposition, I'll tell you guys. Or if it's like not like prose, I'll let you know. So the school focuses on a strange type of science-magic hybrid. While the story is being told, it's hard to discern if they're talking in an archaic way about modern scientific practices or low fantasy magic. Students are brought to the tower once a year when they are young, around 10 years old or so, and are allowed to stay as long as they'd like. There is no... You just get... No way! Did you do... How many did you do? Did you
I
do
did
20? Oh, you
20.
bitch.
There wasn't a 15 option, so I did 20.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got emotes again. Woohoo!
Yeah.
Oh my god, I shouldn't have said 20. I should have said a higher number so it would be impossible for you to do that. I should have said 1,000!
Let's see, how much is
No,
that?
that's too much. Don't do that.
That's only 3.7k.
That's too much. That's too much.
I
Oh
have
my
that
God.
in savings.
No, don't pull it. Oh my, I will write you you can ask me personally and I will write this entire story for you not to give me 1,000 subs on Twitch. That would stress me
Well,
out.
either way, I get the story.
Either way.
so-
Okay, I'm gonna read what I have written already because we're not even there yet. I didn't read any of it. It's just the hook. I only read the hook. I have so much. Okay. What was I saying? Okay, so students are brought to the tower once a year when they are young, around 10 years old or so, and are allowed to stay as long as they'd like. There is no contact with the outside world, so once someone leaves, it's very unclear what or where they're going back to. Since the entire society on the inside of the tower is focused around academic success, it is seen as very shameful to leave when there are higher ranks one could ascend to. With every new rank, the student, and students are called observers within the tower. There's my weird lingo.
Observers.
With every new rank, the student learns a life-changing secret about the world that they live in. As they progress through their studies, these secrets go from fantastic to sinister to outright mysterious, leaving the more advanced pupils to keep to themselves with shifty eyes. Aside from the academic competitiveness and the allure for intellectual power, there has been something attacking the observers indiscriminately recently. Only those of a higher rank know certain details, but rumors are spreading fast and that there's a murderer on the loose. But what the murderer is, well, that is another mystery. Some are even speculating that it's something from outside the tower, but that can't be true. No one can just get into the tower, right? The story is set in an indeterminate time period. Some of the topics seem fairly modern, but the manner of speech and style of clothing and social interactions is more reminiscent of the far past, roughly like, I'm thinking like late 1700s, early 1800s. Like Western America, kind of.
Oh, Western America.
Well, if I say late 1700s Japan, that's like totally different than late 1700s America.
Yeah, I don't
so-
know. I assumed like Europe for
Yeah.
some reason.
I mean, you're the West, I guess. It's kind of similar between like England and America, but I mostly was thinking of the United States when I wrote it.
I just assumed Elle was writing about actual college and her real life experiences. So I was like, yes, this happens in California.
Yeah. Yeah, it is definitely inspired by my own experiences in academia and blah 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 blah. Except in a higher fantasy setting. The main setting is in the tower, a large stone tower that has an indeterminate amount of floors. The higher your rank, the more you get to see, but no one has ever seen the top floor in living memory. The tower is strange and not as linear as one would expect a simple building to be. What is happening? Disguise self and create water. Yeah.
What?
Alright, well, let's put on our halos of divinity right now. If I can get it on my head.
On my horn.
Yeah.
On my horn.
You're a holy devil.
Oh, I am the holiest of devils. Okay. Yeah, so the tower is strange and not as linear as one would expect the simple building to be. Once an observer has accomplished the first mark of academia, jumping from the first rank of initiate to investigator, because there's also the observer ranks have names because I can't leave shit alone. So from initiate to investigator, then they have the option to explore their interests. There is only a limited amount of time to find the interest, and then once found, one is locked into that interest for the rest of their academic career. It has been told of people switching focuses, but it is very rare. Once you find your interest, you move from general housing on the lower floors of the tower to an area where others like you will live in a community. Different interests have varying levels of respect and honor in the tower, and so striving for loftier interests can grant you benefits like better food and housing at the cost of potentially working harder and heavy inter-community criticism.
This is literally just you talking about college.
It is! This is definitely a very thin veil of, like, metaphor on top of just being in academia. But I made it YA! Because they live in a tower and it's magical. But it's exactly the same as regular college.
Yeah.
Evelyn looks so
Anyone
cool.
thinking about going into STEM? You should really listen to
I'll
the
make
story.
all the kids read the story.
This will be their first homework assignment.
So the main character would be a boy in his late teens who is in the stargazing community. The stargazers study the heavens and all within it. It is considered one of the most respected interests, but it competes with foundationalists, which is my fancy word for general physics, and theorists, which is math, among others. So there's like other really well-respected ones, but like some of the top ones are stargazing, foundationalists, and theorists. The main boy has been in the tower for nearly 10 years, which is a highly supported and celebrated event. He was doing very well at keeping his nose to the books and his studies well attended to, until his best friend was killed by the mysterious creature. He finds her near their favorite study spot with her throat ripped out. So,
Dun, dun, dun.
takes us on to book 1. I have 3 books planned, and here's the plot of every one of them.
Okay.
Book 1! Mostly the main boy investigating the murder of his friend and discovering secrets about the tower. He and the other stargazers start noticing strange things in the star observations that they can't explain. The main boy thinks these might be related to the murders and begrudgingly goes to other groups for help. He starts talking to a foundationalist boy who is arrogant and haughty at first, but insanely smart. They work together for a while before they befriend a theorist girl who is very chill compared to the foundationalist guy to like balance out their dynamic. The 3 of them sneak around old libraries and the tower for like 300 pages. I can't believe it. Yeah, so they sneak around old libraries in the tower for 300 pages. They find out that the creature killing people is a vampire, but like a scary vampire, not like a fun one. Like more like historical creature, terrifying thing. Though they don't know nothing about no folklore monsters. I literally wrote that. Because they're so like academic based and they like live in the tower, like they don't know like basic folklore. So the idea of a vampire is like super new to them. And like I like to think there's also like maybe like some level of history community or like folklore community that they'd have to go to and try to like ask questions about things that like subtly, so they have to like try to get information without being like, what's a creature that would kill you this way? So it's like not arousing suspicion. That'd be pretty funny. But yeah. The story wraps up with the trio solving the murder, but they uncover a larger plot about the tower itself, which is covered in the next few books. Book 2. The trio discovered a secret that is for a rank far higher than they are. What? Garflug cheered. Yeah, Yeah. Oh, sorry. Also, at a chill theorist, the comment on the chill theories, it's because every mathematician I've ever met. Okay, mathematicians are like the most quantized, polarizing group of people, and they're either they're kind of insane in two ways. They're insane either because they're like, I know the secrets of the universe and I'm a freaking genius. Like, they're like that, or they're like the most chill, calm people you've ever met who are so like, bro, like, time isn't even real, like, whatever. And so, like, I want the, like, chill type of math person. It's, like, to balance out my, like, super intense Gen Phys guy, because he'll be all, like, "Gah!" Like, raging over, like, derivations and stuff. And then we have our Stargazer, who's, like, the middle guy. So, that was the plan. But... I don't know what bits do I want. Bits is literally throwing pennies at me, bro. Like, they don't really do anything except give me money. Yeah, they're like donating. But, what was I saying?
Is it a 1-to-1 conversion?
It's 1 bit is 1 penny, literally.
Okay, it is a 1-to-1.
Yeah. Okay, so for book 2, so the trio discovered a secret that is for a rank far higher than they are, so they can't let others know that they know this information. The vampire was not a natural creature, but was created from somewhere within the tower. While they look into this as they... Huh?
Frankenstein's monster?
Yeah. So while they look into this as the main hook plot, they discover that those who leave the tower are actually being experimented on. In fact, the tower has some strange property that removes the memories of people who enter, which is why no one remembers their life outside. With his mind being open to new possibilities of peoples and a world outside the tower, the main boy turns his stargazing head down to terra firma, where his fellow gazers are starting to worry about him, because he's not doing his research properly, and that's the only reason you're alive in the tower. So, what are you doing? He gets pressured to keep up with his studies, or he may be lost to academia. And being lost to academia is like being forcefully removed from the tower. Like, if you're not performing well enough, especially if you're in a high, like, effort community, like, you lose your position, which you essentially get kicked out of the world. It's like the equivalent of being killed, except no one knows where you go. So, he might be lost to academia. Yeah, kind of giver-esque.
A retiring grandma.
Yeah. Evelyn's doing it. Nice. This book ends with the trio and probably a few more characters to, like, keep it spicy that I didn't want to define, finding experimentation levels in the higher tower. They are all a manner of grotesque creatures, but why? Let's see. Which brings us to book 3. This is probably the last book. They'll discover more tower secrets, like who runs the tower, why does it exist, where is all of the research going? And those in power are growing more aware of the trio's efforts to learn the truth and are attempting to stop them at every chance. Their friendship is tested, but ultimately they band together to free the scholars from the tower. The big twist is that the tower was something created by a larger government outside to get academics to work as slave labor, but they had to be isolated and out of the way for people to not notice that straight up slavery was going down. The story ends with the 3 getting out and moving to the outside world, where they are shunned and have a hard time connecting to things, like paying for things because they don't have, like, money inside of the tower, but are ultimately free. It's a sort of sad, discordant ending for a dark, twisty tale. And so that is the, like, overall plot. But I did write about the love interests, so here's the love interest bit I wrote at the end. So there is not a lot of romance happening, as you can tell from the plot so far, but I figured that the main boy would be crushing on both the fundamentalist guy as, like, a slow burn romance and the theorist girl, but, like, I don't know if they want to throuple up or if he has to pick one. If I was actually going to write this, I'd probably just leave it really, really open until the end, where I'd see if, like, one made more sense over the other, or if the throuple thing makes sense, or if I got feedback from the audience. So, you know, like, if I was that type of
Down
author.
for the throuple.
The throuple would be fun, because then I wouldn't have to make a choice, and also I could write more character stuff. But yeah, and that is my young adult novel, Manual School, which is kind of intense. The end.
Nice.
Yay.
Yeah, but it's a cool idea. I kind of like it. All right, we are almost through. We're jamming. So, the next writing prompt. I feel like we spent so much time on magical school, but that was the longest one, I think.
Yeah, I think we have time for one more.
Writing prompt is, what's it called? Create a hero and villain pair. What are each of their goals? Where do they meet and live? And what is their interpersonal dynamic? So, we are starting with Caitlin.
Okay. Mine is more of a hero and anti-hero situation.
That works.
But it's two friends grew up together in a corrupt kingdom, of course, where the poor are downtrodden by the rich and powerful. As is every kingdom on earth. One friend was shy and intelligent, while the other was charismatic and strong. They had been a pair throughout life, making up for each other's faults and gaining a foothold within society. The charismatic one eventually makes a name for himself as a man of the people and eventual hero. The shy and intelligent one stayed out of the public eye and worked in the shadows for the betterment of society. They are the anti-hero. They are running the underground. The anti-hero is the girl. She supports her friend from the shadows and acts as like the mastermind for both of their plans and goals. She manipulates people and events as if playing chess to set up her friend to be a hero, with the goal in mind of bettering society for the lower classes and making society more equitable by taking power from the upper classes. Girlfriend lives in a normal, unassuming residential area of the capital city to blend in while running the city's underground. She has a group of loyal pawns who like take her place whenever like the leader of the underground has to be anywhere. So nobody actually knows that she is the leader, aside from those pawn guys. She runs all the seedy, illegal dealings of the city, and obviously is the head of the information network within the city and surrounding area. The boyfriend lives in the upper class residential areas in a mansion bestowed by the king as a reward for making the largest contribution in defense of the city during the Blood War, because we were talking about Blood Wars before.
Yeah.
Not that I know anything about the Blood War, but it was the Blood War.
Yeah, the Blood Space War.
Yeah, the Blood Space War. And cementing his hero status. Some of the upper class respects him and his accomplishments because he, like, saved their lives.
Mm-hmm.
But most look down on him for being a commoner and only form plans to use him and his fame to control the common folk because they are not allowed to rise up, comrades. Girlfriend is very antagonistic, sassy, pokes fun at her friend and his hero status while he pretends to be super pure and righteous, but in actuality they're both very morally gray and he's just acting. She's the one that's willing to get her hands dirty, which is why she's like the kingpin of the underground.
Yeah.
While he is like the good old boy hero guy, who just acts and like uses his influence to protect both of them so that no one finds out, so that they can continue their class revolution. Because again, capitalism is the enemy, you guys.
Yeah. It's pretty good. I like it. Aaron made a 1,000-year Blood War joke.
Yeah. The Blood War went on forever.
Okay. The next one is mine, and I'm just gonna read it because I think I just wrote it like a straight up story. I didn't note this.
Yeah.
So here we go. This is so stupid. Okay, I have to add the thing I was gonna write originally for this prompt, I was thinking of it, I'm like, this is so creative. What if there was like a thing in the ocean and it hates like all human life, but then the hero like wants to protect humans because he's actually made of like he's like part human, part ocean, and that is literally the plot of Aquaman. And so I had to think of a new one. So this is the second idea I had after recreating essentially all of Aquaman lore in my brain for a solid
was like
40 minutes.
Echidna? Like is it Charybdis, the thing that's in the ocean that like eats people?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I think Echidna is the one that's on the cliff beside it.
But yeah, so I essentially recreated Aquaman and then came up with this idea. Once there was a great hero of legend, a great man in act and morality, good to those who did and did not deserve it. This man led a life of adventure and renown, traveling from city to township, kingdom to empire on his trusty steed of chocolate brown. The hero had many a traveling companion, from wizened mages to those skilled at swordplay, lovers from time to time. He did, however, travel with another who was always by his side, and had been at his side for far longer than any other companion. This companion was of no note, and was often cast aside. 'Twas the hero's shadow itself. And while the shadow attended the hero on all of his adventures and was always by his side, it never got any attention, no renown or acknowledgement, barely even a glance from a soul around. The shadow did its best to assist the hero for most of their life together, attempting to hide away to not alert those around when sneaking, and staying close at attention to the hero and his needs. But as the hero grew in renown and grandeur, the shadow grew jealous. It was as if the brighter the good deeds of the hero grew, the longer and colder the shadow felt from its isolation. It was over all these years and all this time that the shadow had taken to acting out, revealing the hero's location when unwanted, or growing twisted and deformed in the light of a full moon. These actions did nothing to harm the hero, and so the shadow grew more destructive in its malcontent. The first action it took that caused serious injury was when the hero was taking a lover. While the two were intertwined, it was the hero's shadow that took to strangling and killing the shadow of the lover. That was when both discovered that the death of a shadow results in the death of the caster. The hero was mortified and horrified by the freshly dead body in his bed that night, and while the shadow grew excited at the prospect of being noticed. It was, to the shadow's dismay, only after a few more shadows were snuffed out that the great hero took notice of what may be causing the deaths. One night, while sitting beside a campfire, and shadow was stretched out to its longest form, that the hero decided to speak directly. "Why have you been killing other shadows?" he asked. The shadow thought a moment before responding. "They are better off dead anyway. No one takes a second look at us shadows, and we don't deserve to be around anymore." The hero was dismayed by this sentiment and continued, "Well, surely all things that are born into this world deserve to be around. Do you feel as though you've been spurned by the world?" The shadow laughed a cold and quiet laugh, the kind that sounds like a harsh wind on a brittle window pane. "The world?" it asked, when it gained some more composure. "No, the only person I needed the attention from was you. I have been with you your entire life. We have gone on a great many adventures together and felled many a beast. But it is only you, not I, who gains attention, who gains fame and renown and respect. I have no fame, I have no respect. I haven't even a name to call myself. And so while you have followed your calling, I only want to start following mine." And with a sudden surge of strength, the shadow banishes all of the light. The hero finds himself shrouded in darkness. The fire is still lit, but it is not radiating any of the usual heat or light one would expect. He cries out, suddenly in excruciating pain. But only a moment after the light returns, the pain is gone. But he suddenly feels as though a part of himself is missing as well. He then notices that his shadow is gone, but it is unclear as to where it has gone. And then I wrote, "I think this would be a sad story about having a little part of yourself that you don't like or you don't like to acknowledge, that we can resent over time. The story would be split between the hero reflecting on his actions and realizing how the shadow helped him get to where he is, and the shadow on its own talking to other shadows and realizing that being a lone shadow is a hard and cold life. And I like to think that the hero and shadow can come together in the end with a better understanding of themselves and each other, but it would be a dark and twisty path to understanding."
A journey of self-discovery.
Yeah. It's sad. Anyway, Evelyn has a story for us about a villain and a hero. What are they called? Who are these guys?
This one I struggled to write, so it's short. Hero is the nickname of the newest beat cop who was the shining star at the academy.
Yeah.
He got the nickname when, during a training recreation of a home break-in, he calmly and quickly moved the group of his fellow cadets to safety after realizing a faulty electric line had unexpectedly sparked a fire in the next room of the small training house. His seamless ability to change from a practice emergency to a real emergency, while still keeping his teammates from panic, earned him the admiration of many. Now, newly appointed as a full-fledged officer, he performs his duties flawlessly, adhering to the laws while still managing to put a smile on the face of everyone he encounters. The villain is a cop in the same department. He's been an officer for a few years longer than Hero, and he absolutely detests the shiny new teacher's pet. The villain started off wanting to help the city just as much as Hero surely does, but after investigating too deep into certain cases of smuggling and human trafficking, he discovers a corruption that runs deep as the very roots of the city. After coming to terms with the inherent evil of the very organizations meant to protect the city and her people, Villain resolved to maintain his position and start fixing the problem from the inside out. But, unfortunately, the tearing down of dark schemes calls for equally dark measures. After a few brief encounters between the two, Hero gets the feeling Villain hates his guts for some reason. Initially brushing it off as a clash in personalities, Hero develops a concern that eventually grows to suspicion upon accidentally discovering mysterious actions taken by Villain during his patrolling hours. Hero still wants to give Villain the benefit of the doubt and tries to reach out to him more and more. Villain does not take kindly to this and ends up borderline threatening Hero to stay out of his business if he knows what's good for him. Thus begins an action-packed series of treachery and good intentions gone bad, as Hero continues bullheadedly intervening with Villain's plans, and Villain in turn resorts to more extreme measures to build the future this city deserves. Later on, it's revealed Hero was aware of the corruption the entire time and was trained by the higher-ups to keep their schemes under wraps, while also improving the face of the police department with his charm. The men in charge had become aware of Villain's meddling and sent Hero after him. Villain is actually the true protagonist of the story.
Yeah.
Twisty.
It's a little slice of life cop story. It's good.
Yep.
Also, I love the the reversal, like not unreliable narrator, but when it's like, oh, the guy we thought was bad is actually like doing the good thing. That's a good trope, and I love it.
Yeah, I was like, it's too obvious to have the hero be nicknamed Hero. I'm gonna change.
Yeah. All right, moving on.
Well, I was like, it could just be an anti-hero versus the hero thing again.
Right.
At first I was like, that's doing hero things, but you're calling him a villain.
Yeah.
My name is John Villain.
I was like, that's like a, what, is it Two-Face?
Yeah.
From the Batman stuff?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of like that.
Okay, so moving on to our next prompt, which was create a romanceable NPC, because that's everyone's favorite thing in every game, I think. No, I'm just kidding. I don't think there are people who hate romanceable NPCs, but I love them, and I love making them up. So, the first one is mine, and so... Okay,
I got nothing.
That's
it's all you and Evelyn.
Me and Evelyn from here on out. That's okay. I gave too much homework. Okay, so I forgot. I need to read the whole prompt. Create an NPC that you can romance. What is the setting one would find the NPC in? What do they look like? What's their romance archetype? And list 3 quests one would undertake to start the romance. Bonus points! What's the secret juicy detail we learned from accomplishing the romance? Because every good romance arc has a big character reveal at the end. So, I'm starting with mine. She is a young noblewoman whose mother is the sitting regent of the area. Their family is very popular, mostly because both the young woman and her regent mother are eligible for marriage. You, the PC, the player character, are able to interact with the palace staff because of your trading status. It is upon one of your palace visits when you find the young heiress with some other young ladies in a sitting room that you pass. Your attention is brought towards them due to a sudden uproar and laughter. You listen in and overhear the new ladies making fun of the heiress. Looking in, she seems uncomfortable and upset, but is trying to be a good sport. You jump in to defend this girl because the treatment is unfair of anyone. The other ladies get upset by your intrusion and take their leave, promising the heiress that they'll meet up with her later that day as planned. The heiress is thankful for your help, but is nervous that you may be upset with her. This is the first time you've been so close to the lady, and you are taken aback by her beauty, because she's gotta be hot to tot to tot to tot. She has a golden sun-kissed skin tone that is very lovely, with striking large green eyes that offset her delicate nose and mouth. Her brunette hair is styled into perfect curls that circle her head like a crown. She wears a day gown of cherry red with a modest silhouette and long sleeves. She has a matching headpiece of the same cherry red that sits lightly atop her head. The only jewelry is a single teardrop-shaped ruby pendant necklace that sits on a choker necklace like a single drop of lifeblood leaking from its vessel. She thanks you again for standing up for her, but insists that she can handle herself. She looks sad when she says this, as if she's been surrounded by similar people making fun of her for her entire life and has grown used to it. And says this, blah blah blah. What did I say? Grown used to it. You insist that it was nothing and that you'd do it again even if she weren't noble. She seems shocked at this and yet says that while she thinks it's impossible, she hopes she can see you again someday. The heiress's romance type is sweet girl with a dark side or lawful evil.
Wow.
Quest number 1. Upon your next visit to the palace, you see the heiress taking a stroll in the gardens on the arm of an equally good-looking fellow. They seem to be getting along fine, but when she sees you from afar, she waves you over. She introduces the young man as a suitor from a nearby county. The two of you chat pleasantly for a while before the suitor cuts in with an intentional clearing of the throat, to which the heiress is brought back to the present situation. She excuses herself and looks at you sadly. As the suitor tries to continue their stroll, you have the chance to make her day a little bit brighter. Your task now is to come up with some gift you can trade or barter for here on palace grounds that you can give her before you leave that day. You present her with the gift and she seems genuinely moved by it, much to her suitor's chagrin and to your surprise. The suitor scoffs and takes the heiress away with some force, making a comment about low-born traders. Quest number 2. You finished a day of trading in the palace with no sightings of the lovely heiress. You are a little upset at not having a chance to interact with the young woman, but continue on your way back into town. When you reach a tavern you frequent, you hear a familiar laugh from the corner of the dining room. There are a group of young women from the village, but one you notice as the heiress in disguise. They seem to be pleasantly chatting about something, so you decide to join in and see what's going on. The heiress looks at you with a face that says, "Please don't say anything," and you decide to play along. This is obviously you're choosing all the good options so far. This was a real dating sim, there'd be options here. This is good options only.
Okay.
The other women are those you know from the village, and they introduce you to the in-disguise heiress. You say that you already know her, and the women are surprised and demand to know how you two met. Your task now is to come up with a convincing story between the two of you that is good enough for the women to leave it alone. When you finish the story, the women seem satisfied. You go on to leave the tavern and return home, but the heiress wants to see you to the door at least. The ladies give knowing looks, and the two of you leave the tavern. Just outside and away from prying eyes, she thanks you for not blowing her cover and apologizes for leaving the palace this way. You insist that it's fine and that she deserves to do what makes her happy, which she appreciates. As you move to take your leave for the night, she gives you a hug and says that you're the only person who's really tried to know her as a person, and then she nervously runs back into the tavern to spend time with friends. Wow, kawaii. No twists there. Definitely not a red herring. Quest number 3, bitch! Let's get to it! Another day! Another day for you in the palace. You stumble across an older man scolding the heiress. He seems near hysterical, while she is in tears at the loud berating taking place. You hear him yelling about his daughter having gone missing since the two of them last spent time together at a party a few days ago. You remember his daughter. She was one of the women making fun of the heiress when you first met. The heiress in this moment is in much distress and can't seem to get the words out to defend herself in this moment. Your task is to get the man to lay off the heiress, though you can do so by several options: aggressively, diplomatically, or deceptively. Either one will get the man to leave her alone, but depending on your choices here will affect how the heiress thinks of you immensely. You save the heiress and ask her if she's okay. She's happy that you came to help her, but when you ask what that was all about, she gets nervous again. She looks around and asks you to follow her somewhere more private to discuss. She ends up taking you to a dungeon-like part of the palace that you've never seen before and starts to explain everything. She explains how she's been seen as weak and lesser nearly her entire life. Her father was terrible to her and her mother until the day that her mother was met by a strange lady in the woods. This lady told her of how she could protect herself and her daughter from harm, as well as gain political power equal to that of her husband. The woman taught her a terrible ritual that resulted in the death of her father. It did work, but the downside of the ritual was that it needs repeating every second full moon to stay active. So the heiress and her mother are caught up in the dark arts. When you ask about more specifics, she explains, but not with the meek facade you expect her to have, but with a cool confidence that seems twisted and dark. She explains how they need the blood of the young and attractive to bathe in during their ritual to maintain their status, and that her part in all of this has been to lure unsuspecting victims to their doom. You can either agree or disagree with her actions, though disagreeing causes her to be a little sad and say, "I thought you were different," and then proceed to kill you. Agreeing with her makes her happy, though if you don't have a good enough rep, she'll still kill you, but she'll be sad about it. The good ending for this route is for her to admit she's been luring and killing people, for you to agree that it makes sense and you don't hate her for it, and for her to admit that you're too special to kill for such a ritual, and that she wants to keep you by her side to maintain some sort of humanity, as the years of such barbarity ultimately change her into something else. So that's my romanceable NPC. I just imagine her being like super cute, and then she's all like, "I bathe in the blood of innocence," because that's my romance girl. Anyway, Jaffa has one too.
Wow. That was cool.
Yeah.
Though I'm like, okay, so she used the ritual to kill her dad, and they have to redo it every 2 weeks?
Every
but
second full moon, every other month.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Every other month. What happens if they don't? Does he come back to life?
No, I think it's just they lose like they have like a level of like immortality and youth and like power from it, like political power, so they lose like their wishes, kind of like they'd become destitute, they'd become ugly and aged and weak of body.
Too realistic.
Yeah. Like, I bathe in the blood of people if that were no. It's based off of an old story that I don't know if is true or not.
It's a story.
There's like a story of a noble lady who was supposedly killing, like, she would get all these like young servant girls and she was killing them and bathing in their blood to stay young. And I don't know if that's like a true story or like a fake story, but it's a story I heard once and I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. I'll base my girl off of that.
And you just ran with it.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Alright. Evelyn Schmevelyn, Jaffa Maffa, what you got?
Okay. My NPC is a fawn girl. Like, so a girl with like a
deer.
Like a, how do you say it? Satyr?
Satyr,
like
yeah.
that. Living in the woods near your small village. She lives with her own community of humanoid forest creatures, but she is the one they have designated to trade goods with your village. She has olive-toned skin, deep brown eyes that seem to sparkle with specks of gold in the sunlight, and ethereal white hair that cascades around her face and is loosely tied in twin ponytails that end at her waist. Her face is undoubtedly human, but still her slightly larger than average eyes and distinctly round nose betray her beastly blood. That and the furry ears and cloven feet. She doesn't say much outside of business-related matters, but she does respond to the sparse greetings from the village folk with a kind smile and nod of her antlered head. And I put in parentheses, I know antlers are a male thing, but they're pretty, so don't think about it too hard.
It's fantasy, don't think about it.
You've seen her dallying at the edge of the woods after trade meetings and admired the gentle smiles and soft laughter she exchanges with the forest creatures. Her romance type is a classic shy girl who will be afraid to admit her feelings and fail to realize they are being reciprocated by the other party for far too long. Quest 1. Encounter her in the woods and find that her cart's wheel has suddenly broken. Help her carry her items to your village market and lead the conversation, as she is too shy to think of what to say. After this event, you begin to speak with her when she is present in the market and realize that, Despite her awkwardness in social situations, she is quite the bargain driver while working. You continue to chat with her when she is not trading, and slowly start to learn more about her people and their crafts. Quest 2. Approach the market to have your regular chat with her, only to find that a huge argument has broken out with her at the center. It seems a racist villager is accusing her of having sold defective goods over a long period of time, and is waving proof in front of the crowd and interrupting the fawn whenever she tries to speak up. With high enough intelligence stats, you can identify the villager's evidence to be falsified and reveal his scheme to the gathered crowd, thus improving the villager's overall impression of the fawn and her people. If you do not have high enough intelligence, you can still defend the fawn by unsheathing your blade and threatening the villager to forget this matter and leave the fawn to her business. While this does succeed in resolving the dispute at hand, the fawn's gratitude for your help is tinged with concern, and the villager's overall impression of the fawn and her people are worsened.
Ooh.
Quest 3. You are woken late in the night by an insistent knocking at your door. You answer, and it's the fawn. You have grown so fond of ha. She tells you a group of men from your village have formed a mob and are rampaging through the forest, setting the trees alight with torches and demanding for the beastly monsters to show themselves. You agree to help her and quickly don what few pieces of armor you own. Before leaving the village, you have the option to ask some village folk for aid. If you got the reputation up in the previous quest, a number of men and women of the village gear up and come to help you. It's not hard to find the mob considering the destruction left in their wake, and with the help of the villagers, you quickly restrain the men, disarm them, and take them back to the village to face punishment for their endangerment of everyone's lives. Afterwards, the fawn girl hugs you and asks if you would like to go to her village so her people can thank you. If you got the reputation down in the previous quest, the villagers refuse and express their distrust in you for aiding those wicked fae folk. You still pursue the mob, but you are outnumbered and quickly overwhelmed. If your strength stat is high enough, you get a surge of power and take out the mob but receive a fatal wound in the process. If your strength stat is not high enough, the fawn jumps in front of you and makes a deal with the mob, offering them to take out all their anger and rage on her. They eagerly agree and drag her away by her hair, leaving you in the dirt, injured but alive.
Wow.
As the men spend time torturing and killing the fawn, her community of forest creatures escapes from the area and you never see them again.
That's so intense at the end there.
I know.
These stories really escalate at the end. There's a lot of murder at the end of these. Classic romance tropes with murder.
Of course.
So we only have a couple more to go. We have the horror monster one, and then a writing sample one. Caitlin, do you still want to hang out for that? I know you're running out of time. Like maybe 20 minutes.
20 more minutes, I'll stay.
Okay, I'm like, we can hard cut in 20 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, I'll stay for the hard cut.
Okay, sounds good. So, our next prompt was to create a horror monster, include where one learns about the creature, when one would find and encounter the creature, and any rules that the creature has, because all monsters need rules. So,
Of course.
mine is the first one, and it's also very, very short, because I got very whimsical with this, even though I was trying to make it scary, and then I just kind of got in the Dr. Seussy mode, so maybe Dr. Seuss isn't the best. A poetic mode. Maybe Edgar Allan Poe-like. So, mine is the Window Watcher. Everyone knows in some state of awareness of the Window Watcher. It's present in every window and watches everything. It often hides as a reflection, but be fooled not, for that is the Window Watcher watching you back. It is difficult to know what it is that the Window Watcher wants, but what the Window Watcher waits for is something well known. The Window Watcher waits when we wander wistfully upon a windowsill, waiting for the moment to come. The Window Watcher waits until our minds have fully wandered, and that's when the Window Watcher is welcomed within us. Within us, the Window Watcher watches from the windows of the soul, and waits until the wandering mind ceases. When we come back to our senses with the Window Watcher with us, The window watcher withers over time. The window watcher needs a wandering mind and will cause our minds to wander in order not to wither. As the window watcher keeps your mind a wander, our sense of self wanders away as well. We must not let the window watcher enter lest our mind a wander, so we must keep our mind occupied. You will do well to keep in mind a few tricks to keep the wandering at bay, else you welcome the creature to enter if it may. The first thing to remember to keep your mind alert is to think of being grounded, feet in dirt. The second step is, as you think it may be, to envision your mind parasite-free. And the last step is, the most important of all, don't let the window watcher make you fall, because it makes you jump out of a window and kill yourself. LOL.
Wow.
It rhymes, though. I got in a really rhyming mood with the alliteration, so... Yeah. I don't know where that went.
It was good.
Yeah, it's fun.
I love alliteration.
Me too. And the fact that it's W, it's like a weird word to remember alliteration for. Okay, the next one is Evelyn with your creature.
Okay, my creature is the mirror monster, also called your alternate self. Awareness of this creature was popularized by an internet ritual that spread around on horror forums. The mirror game. Get a full-length mirror. It can be a mounted or freestanding mirror, either is fine as long as you can see your entire reflection in it. The ritual could only be started between the hours of 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. You can perform this ritual solo or with friends, but make sure anyone who is not participating in the ritual is not in the house. Turn off all lights and sources of sound, such as televisions and watering fountains, like the kind that people have for their pets. Go to the room with your mirror. You and anyone participating with you must stand very close to the mirror, like flush up against it, and stare into the eyes of your own reflection. If you are doing this with friends, the mirror must be large enough or there must be enough mirrors for everyone to see their full reflection. While staring, do not blink no matter what starts happening to your reflection. This step opens the portal between worlds and your alternate self will begin to form in the mirror. If you blink during this process, the ritual will fail and you will have to wait until the next night to try again. Stare for 2 minutes, have a timer on your phone so you know when 2 minutes have passed. As soon as the 2 minutes are up, you and anyone with you must run out of the room and close the door behind you. Your alternate self is now present in the mirror. Whoops, sorry. I'm like multitasking right now. I told Pia I'd help him, or I'd join farming stuff. And I'm also reading at the same time.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Your alternate self is now present in the mirror, but you must now release it to play the game. Knock on the door 3 times and say, come out, wherever you are, which is I didn't know what to say, so I made up a stupid thing.
You know, it works. It definitely feels like something I would read on the internet very late at night and be like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah. Then open the door. Do not enter the room. Point into the dark room and say, I found you, you're it. Now you have 30 seconds to find a hiding spot before your alternate self comes to find you. While hiding... I was just making crazy stuff up.
It's good, I like it.
While hiding, if you hear your alternate getting close, you should sneak away to a new hiding spot before it finds you. Do not get caught by your alternate. Playing this game with friends is not advised, since hiding from multiple alternates at once is extremely difficult. You must succeed in remaining hidden until daybreak in order to win the game. Upon winning the game, your alternate will be forced to return to their world through the mirror portal, and you will be blessed with good luck as the problems in your everyday life begin to resolve themselves without you needing to do anything.
Woo!
However, if you leave the house in the middle of the game, your alternate will no longer be bound to the portal you opened, and it will not return to its world come daybreak. In this situation, it is no longer possible to win the game, and it is unknown what a free alternate will do, so avoid this outcome at all costs.
Yeah.
If, while playing the game, you find yourself cornered or about to lose, you have a last resort option to return to the mirror and break it. Doing this will kill your alternate and end the game, but you will be cursed with bad luck.
Well, damn.
People who have done this... I'm like, it's going crazy. Okay, people who have done this have reported misfortunes such as their personal lives falling apart, sudden and numerous deaths in their family, and losing all material wealth.
Wow.
Just a simple few things.
After which point these individuals ceased their posts and were never seen online again. This site is not responsible for any injury or death that may result from attempting this ritual. Good luck.
Woo! Alright, so we're gonna try that to get all the good luck. I need all the problems to be fixed, so I will risk life and limb to run away from my ghost self. No, it's good. I do love the ritual thing. I was tempted to do a ritual one myself because I love the idea of like, you need to do these steps, but if you fuck it up, it gets really bad for you, because that's very scary to me. Like, the idea of like making a mistake and being like, oh no, now I'm going to hell or something. Summon into a portal.
Yeah.
It's fun and scary.
Yeah, I was definitely like thinking of the Japanese like doll hide and seek.
Yeah, it
thing.
reminded me of that, or kind of like the elevator game.
Yeah, I was like, it was
with like very
combination
specific
of
instructions.
Well-known ones, yeah.
Yeah. Alright, so the next prompt, which is our last prompt, which is going to bring us to the end, is write a small sample, a paragraph of one of our earlier ideas in the style of another writer or method. It could have been a forum post, newspaper article, and state the style that we are using for inspiration. So this one was like the most homeworky question I could have asked my friends to do. Also myself, because I was doing it and I was like, why did I do this? This is difficult because you have to like really look at someone else's writing style and copy it. So I did one, Evelyn did one. And Evelyn's is great.
I didn't do one.
That's fine. Yeah, Caitlin did not do one, but that's okay.
I don't have any earlier ideas.
She would have written like a noir style film adaptation of the Barney Mickey Mouse story, and it would have been very compelling. Okay, so I went back to the Tower YA Magical School idea, and I decided to write a paragraph in the style of H.P. Lovecraft, who I've been reading a lot of, if you have been around for any of my reading streams. So, here's my Lovecraft paragraph, and it's kind of wordy, because that's how he is. The three young observers stepped cautiously around the curving stone masonry of the upper tower staircase. The tower itself seemed a cyclopean entanglement of misdirection and abstract angles that even those well trained in the field of geometric applications would wonder at in bewilderment. This was a time to exercise caution, for this place was an epicenter of sinister suggestions as to what could become of one who investigated too intently under the unfathomable gaze of those beyond. It was upon ascending the staircase that had the stargazer contemplating upon unknowable forces that led the tower, and to what end must all the secrecy garner in time. It is by no mere mistake that such a feat of engineering that was the tower could stand for so long a time, and for such a force of knowledgeable scholars and empiricists to be gathered under one sloping and seemingly timeless roof. Had anyone within the tower retained the memories from the days before their descent into the dismal statue of masonry they currently reside in, mayhap there would be one connection that could inspire a modicum of faith and courage in the institution at large. But alas, there were no memories of the strange and unknowingly possible outside lands, nor what could inhabit them. The stargazer shook his head at the thought. Of course, it would be easier to allow his mind to wander at the possibilities of the world unknown than to exhibit formidable attention to the sinister yawning of the high vaulted ceilings built by the hands of unknown origin. It is by the sheer curiosity, the burning spirit of adventure, and the deep residing fear that the stargazer was able to force his legs up the tall stone steps. His companions, the fundamentalist and theorist, seemed lost within their own musings of the architecture and newly discovered floors above those so well known and traveled, and the stargazer dare not speak a word. He was afraid, though he knew not how justified these fears may be, of speaking aloud whilst on the cumbrous labyrinthine complexity of the stairwell, lest his voice carry beyond the ears of his companions and be observed by those who would turn them astray. It would do no good to be caught at this junction of their exploration, and so he simply observed his comrades and kept focused on the difficult task at hand of climbing the steps as quietly as possible. And that's my Lovecraftian paragraph, and it took me like way too long to write.
It's really good. I was like, wow, this does feel like all the Lovecraft you've been reading.
I know.
Yep.
It's basically I would write a sentence and then I'd have to like take words and go, no, use a bigger word for this. Like, don't say, like when I was gonna say scientists and then I had to change it to like observers and empiricists because that's the same. But he does a lot of like the this and the that, and the two words he uses are like roughly the same thing, but he makes the sentence
like, I know
longer.
synonyms.
Yeah, he's just like the wordiest guy of all time. Also, I lifted some phrases like directly. Like labyrinthine complexity is a phrase he used, and I just stole that directly. But
Yeah.
sinister
Fine.
yawning is something he said before, and I
Sinister
was
yawning.
like, that's crazy. Yeah. So yeah, that was my Lovecraft style magic. I would not write this story in the style of H.P. Lovecraft. Just in case you want that. Now that I've got the freaking 20,
No.
I said I'd write it for 20 subs, and I got 20 subs, and now I feel like I have to actually write it.
You
So
do.
it will not be written in the style of H.P. Lovecraft, but in the style of me, which is also difficult to read, but not as difficult. So, all right, Jaffa. Also, I love how my story doesn't say anything other than they walked up a few steps. That's like literally the only thing it covers.
Oh god, we're so scared right now.
Ooh, 1 step, 2 step, ooh, and a paragraph. All right, Jaffa, what did you write, and what style did you write it in?
So I went the easy route and I chose
You say it's
Dr. Seuss.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, very famous, wordy man, Dr. Seuss.
He has a very distinct voice, so it's an easy one to copy, yeah. Or not
Yeah.
easy, but is a notable one to copy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I just did my like mirror monster one because that was seemed like the one that made the most sense because it's scary and you make it a rhyme.
Yeah.
Because that's exact. Elle already made hers a rhyme. I was like, fuck, mine needs to rhyme now.
Rhyme time.
So it goes. Down on your luck or looking for fame? We've got just the solution. Try the mirror game. Grab a large mirror and a friend if you please. The game will be harder, but companionship brings ease. Turn out all the lights and silence any sound. Giving your alternate cover will make you easier to be found. 2 minutes of staring deep at your reflection, then some knocking and speaking. Careful of your inflection. That rhyme sucked. I didn't know what to do.
I like it. I like the rhyme.
I'll rework it, don't worry.
Wait, rhyme.
Now the game has begun. Choose your hiding spot with care. And if it finds you regardless, you should get out of there. Oh no, it seems you've been found once again. If you don't do something now, this game will come to an end. The situation is dire, your alternate draws nearer. Quick, back to the bedroom, run and smash the mirror. A chilling scream fills the air, then the presence is gone. But you played the game this long, but not until dawn. For breaking the rules, you now must pay. Whatever you hold dear, we will take it away.
I love
And
it.
thus ends your story. Perhaps it was worse than expected. This should be a warning to all seeking to play with the reflected.
Ooh.
That was good. That was good.
Spoken word poetry.
Thank you.
I love it. All right. That was good. That was the hard question. But I wanted to like exercise. I wanted us to be able to get these out because we had to struggle through.
I apparently misunderstood that prompt.
Yeah,
It was just
what
funny.
did you think it was?
The when you said like the earlier idea, I thought you meant like a writing idea from our childhood.
Oh!
Oh.
So I was like, I don't remember anything.
Yeah, no, I just figured like it'd be easier to just
And I
come
didn't
up, like,
read your prompt,
use
right?
something
What you
that
wrote,
would...
so I wouldn't figured it out if I read them, but I didn't.
That's fine. Yeah, like I just figured it'd be easy to like take an idea we already had instead of trying to be like,
Yeah.
and now you have to write an original new idea, but also in the style of someone else. I'm just like, just take something you
Yeah.
already made up because you already make up a bunch of stuff. Like,
I
yeah.
was like, you mean that nightmare thing that I wrote about for the last one in a different style? No, I'm not doing this.
Right. Librarian. Alrighty. Hello and welcome. So, this is the time. This is the time that if this was on TV, if you were watching NPR, if you're listening to NPR, they'd be like, we need you to donate. But I'm not asking you to donate money, but I'm asking you to donate your original stories to us for the, what do we call
It's
it?
not a donation if they get prizes, I guess.
I mean, yeah, but it doesn't fit my that was my segue.
You messed
Okay.
up my segue and now it's ruined.
Yep.
My original story. So yeah, we are holding a writing showcase on October 29th. And so like we were doing just now, except less open, abstract, and many ideas, you just need to come up with one short story. Let me go pull up the rules really quick as I say what I need to say as we describe what's going on. But yeah, so we're holding a showcase, and this was all a ploy to get you guys thinking about writing, especially spooky stories. So we're sorry, I'm like trying to multitask and I just can't do it. My brain's not smart. Okay, so the Halloween showcase writing rules are, and we will post these soon with the new poster that's gonna have the date and like the Discord information and the prizes, so you guys can be like, oh, what prizes? They are coming. They'll be real. So for the shorts, there's actually two categories. Last year we only had the short story category. This year we have the short story and the 2-sentence horror story categories. So
Yeah.
the 2-sentence horror story category is very simple. It is a horror story that is literally written within 2 sentences. No more sentences, just 2. If it's more than 2, it's just a short story at that point. Yeah, 2-sentence horror stories are really cool. I'll try to come up with some examples because there's a lot of them on there. Like, there's like a subreddit devoted to 2-sentence horror stories, and there was like a terrible Netflix show based on that Reddit. But it's a very fun idea if you want to try writing, but you don't want to put like that much effort into writing it. 2-sentence horror stories is going to be where it's at. And for our regular short story writing section, the limit is 5,000 words cap. I know, it's a little low, but 5,000 words or less for your short story.
Little low.
I wanted it to be 10,000, but we cut it to 5, so, you know.
10,000 is like 30 pages.
10,000 is not 30 pages at all.
Yes, it is. I wrote a 10,000 page like report, and it was 10,000 words.
I could write like it depends on the formatting, but I'll say it depends on the formatting. Because
Well,
I make the font a little bit smaller than average, and I do the spacing really tight, so you can get a lot of words on that page.
Crazy.
That's how I write like my D&D notes. Is like really tight, small font. But anyway, yeah, 5,000 words or less. So, gore and violence are common within the horror genre, but we want to be mindful of explicit depictions in the writing. It's not that you can't have them in the writing, but we just want you to put tags on it. So when you submit a story, you can say title of story, cool ghosts, tags, involves act explicit torture, you know, something like that. So just so when we read them out loud on stream, if someone doesn't want to hear something, we can at least be like, by the way, we're gonna talk about ripping your fingernails off or something, so they can go, okay, I'm gonna tune out for a little bit, but see you later. You know, just we want you to tag it. It's okay to have these things, just be aware of it. But you cannot have explicit sexual content. Please don't include explicit sexual content. Explicit gore, sure. Sexual content, that's too much for us. And yeah, if you're going to steal a story from something like Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark or some other very popular horror story, please put a spin on it. Please put some original spin on it. We want these to be as original as possible and not like just retellings of like very common horror stories. You can be inspired by them, but try to like push them in a direction. And I mean, if it is from this book, we have the book, so we can tell if you're plagiarizing.
Cross-reference it.
We'll be like, analyze, nerd alert. Okay, we're the nerds, not you the nerd, but yes. And so we want you to submit the story by a certain deadline. So the deadline's going to be before the 29th, but it'll probably be like a day or two before the actual showcase, so we can make sure, we have all the things and read them and make sure they're appropriate. So that's going to be going on, and we will have the formatting and the more specific details will be in the Discord. So if you want to join, or if you're interested in reading the stories before the stream, writing your own story, or just being a part of the Discord community in general, you can join the Discord, and I put the link in the thing, but I'll put it out there again. And so if you're in the Discord and you're like, girl, I don't know what you're talking about, we do have a channel in the Discord that says showcase submissions, and you can go read what people wrote last year if you wanted to, because those are still there. Like my awesome Slenderman, Jeff the Killer, adventure, escape the house story that I wrote that was kind of too much, but it was great, and I'm writing a sequel to it.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah, it was a lot though. I'm writing a sequel to it this year, so you might want to read the Slenderman story just to be ready for the sequel coming out in next month. The next one is dropping soon. And so, yeah, as for the prizes, you might be like, girl, why would I do any of that? Other than a love for writing and sharing original ideas? I don't know. Maybe you can get a Steam gift card. Whoa! So, I think I forgot how this breaks down. But the first prize, so there's a couple of categories for winners. We don't have one winner. We have multiple winners. Really, everyone's a winner. But for the first prize, it's the one the three of us agree on is, like, the best. And again, the best doesn't necessarily mean the scariest or the goriest. We just mean, like, it's a really wide umbrella of what we like. Caitlin doesn't like scary too much. I love very scary. Evelyn rides somewhere in the middle, I think.
It gotta have plot.
It's gotta have
That's
plot.
My thing.
Yeah.
It can be scary, but it's gotta have a plot.
Yeah, but we would I think the first one that we'll mostly probably agree on is the one that, like, makes the most sense. It's easy to follow. It's probably compelling in some way. Like, technically good writing in a scary method, but it can be, like, eerie. It doesn't have to be, like, downright horror. It can just be, like, oh, that was
unsettling.
Weird. That left me feeling a little creepy. That's totally fine. That could possibly win. I want to get... Yeah. And so for the first prize, the best in show prize is going to be a $30 Steam gift card. And then there's, we call them Judges Awards, where each one of us will pick one that was not the best, but the one that we liked that we would maybe say is the second best. And there's three of those prizes, and each of those I think gets a Steam card, maybe? But we'll see. I forgot. And then there will be a prize for the best 2-sentence horror story as well. And this year, the special thing we're trying to roll out, and we are going to try to roll out whether you get the thing on the very quickly after, or maybe like a week or two after, will depend, is we are coming out with a line of stickers and other merch items. So if you participate at all, so we're going to have to set up, there's going to be a thing in the submission process, but if you sign up at all, you're going to get stickers for sure. We're going to get you stickers, and the sticker designs are coming out. We will be releasing them slowly over the weeks as our artwork gets done. Yeah, in the Discord we will release this, so it's again another reason to join the Discord. And so we will be releasing stickers, and you will get physical stickers just for trying. So, cute stickers.
It's a you tried sticker.
Sticker? No, it's not a you tried sticker. It's a fun sticker that we have a couple of ideas, so we'll probably have you maybe pick one that you like or something. But yeah, so that's exciting. I'm really excited about the merch rollout, and if you don't want to participate but you're interested in getting some stickers or some other types of merch, there should hopefully be merch available for purchase by the time of the showcase. So if you don't want to participate but you do want merch, you can buy it just like a regular guy. But if you want to write, like, you could write a terrible story and get some free merch too. So, either way.
Just do a 2-sentence horror story. It's easy.
Just, you could write me 2
Yeah.
sentences and get a free sticker, or you can write me 0 sentences and give me money for a sticker. That seems to
the
be
horror
the trade.
aspect could just be how bad it is.
Yeah, like it could.
Yeah,
you
if
could
it's
just
really
write 2
terrible,
random
we'll be like,
sentences, and I can't
wow.
tell you didn't write 2 sentences. Like at the end of the day, it doesn't have to be good. It just has to be an entry, and I'll read it on stream and go, huh? But I'll give you your stickers anyways. So that's it. That's it for us. We are running we're running out of time, but we've got through everything. We read you a lot of stories. read you a lot of our writing. We read you a lot of our writing. And so yeah, that's exciting. I'm excited for the showcase, guys. How are you guys feeling about it?
I'm ready
I'm
for
excited.
your second, your like
The
sequel.
Slenderman story. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so we're also, in case you guys are like, oh, you guys don't write anything. Well, A, we just wrote a bunch of stuff, didn't you listen? But also, we are writing entries to the showcase as well, partially to pad our numbers because we did not have that many entries last time. But
Yeah, if
also,
you participate, you'll probably win.
yeah, last year, only 1 real person entered. That wasn't us, so he won the biggest prize just
He
for
won
trying.
all the prizes.
Yeah, so like, at the end of the day, this is a real like small game. This is like the hustle. Like this is like competing at a cosplay contest for a con that just opened up around the corner at a comic book store. Like you're gonna win, baby. You got this. So like, please join. Please write me something. And you get free stickers and maybe some Steam money, depending on what's up. But yeah.
Yep.
All this information will be coming out in a itemized list, so it's very clear, but either way. We love you guys, and we love writing, and this is about literacy and not about my ego, but it is a little bit about my own ego.
Oh, it's both.
It's both. Ah.
Whoa, we already got one.
Yeah, for real.
Quick copy paste that and put it in the
Copy
Discord.
paste and put it in the Discord, yeah. Oh my gosh. Alrighty, so for real, we're gonna end our stream here. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for listening. Thank you for not cringing too hard at us. And if Caitlin gifted you a sub, I guess congratulations. I don't know what to say. You're welcome to that. Like, it's not my money.
Congratulations.
But you're welcome. Please use the emotes that we have because we had to make those, and so use the emotes. They're great. Maybe we'll get more emotes out. We really should.
Yeah, we get some more spooky emotes.
I need animated
to
ones.
use.
I have spots for animated emotes.
Yeah.
But yeah, use
we'll
our emotes. Use them all over Twitch. Go into someone's Twitch stream and put a ghost in there or like a little lurk monster, and people will be like, "That's weird," and I'll be like, "That's cool." But anyway, thank you for being a friend, and we'll catch you on the next stream. I will be back next week with my regular stream schedule. I'll be back on Monday with Monday Night Horrors. We're streaming Liza P. I'll be back on Wednesday with this wolf girl right down here, Caitlin herself.
Yep.
We're playing Dark Urge Run, Baldur's Gate 3.
We're being evil.
Being so evil. We're clicking on all the characters and asking them all the questions. And then I'll be back on Friday with Sci Friday, and I'm playing Mass Effect 3, and that has been going absolutely crazy. And that is the next week of streams, so keep an eye out. What's the schedule of stream? I actually have to put my schedule back on Twitch. I took it off because I moved, but I'm going to put it back on, so I will do that very soon, so you should hopefully reference it. But if you wanted to, if you're in the Discord, you get alerts for whenever I'm live, so there you go. Discord. But yeah, the Discord is where I dump a bunch of stream stuff. But anyway, any last remarks, either Jaffa or Caitlin?
I hate writing, but I could do it, so you can do it too.
Okay, that's good. I wish you liked writing, but I'll make you like writing one day.
No.
No.
I have a very small niche of writing that I'm capable of.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm gonna work hard to draw many things for the stickers because they have to be done
Yeah.
quickly, and
Yeah.
I only have so much time of the week spent at my drawing computer, so I'm going to not sleep. So please
Perfect.
participate
Please
and
participate.
appreciate the stickers.
Yeah.
Do it for the
Because
stickers.
if you want an example of
please.
her art, she drew this thing that Caitlin's using as her face right now.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what her
Yeah.
art looks like.
That's like the quick version.
That's like a
The
quick
sticker
version,
will
but
look
it's a sample.
better.
We don't have any examples.
She did drew me.
Yeah, she drew a
I did
picture.
done drew that.
And yeah, I'm gonna try to. I have
I'm
a
a
couple
wolf
of
girl
designs.
in real life.
I have a couple of designs I want to get out too. So hopefully in the Discord again, we will be releasing sweet art releases, or like, look at these stickers you could get, or look at these shirts you can get. Yeah.
Yeah.
I am also in animation, by the way. I'm a VTube.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is all live painting. I'm painting each expression as it happens.
That's a lot of. I mean,
Yeah.
my face moves way too much for that to be possible. All right, cool. So yeah, I keep coming down and then bring it back up. So we need to actually bring it down. I love you guys. Drink water and eat food to sustain your human body so you can write me more stories. I am a dragon and my hoard is stories and lore. Anyway, we'll catch you on the next time on Flippity Flop.
Bye.
Bye. Caitlin, say it too.
Bye.
Yeah.